Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Project Horizon. Myself, Mad Dante. Joining me is the lovely Volts, and I know which side to look at because that's what we get the picture for at the start. Welcome to what is going to be an absolutely phenomenal semi-final. It's BLG versus Wolves, and Volt, you have all the numbers and things, so why don't you take it away? And also, how are you doing, my man?
Honestly, I'm doing great. I'm a little bit disappointed because the new lock hasn't come in yet for you. So, we would just have to sunset the good old headset today. So, it gets the one last hurrah, the salute of service, of course, for it. But on the other end, this game, this is the rubber match, basically. If you're a wrestling fan, you know that terminology. They've played each other one time each. Each team got their win, but this is a different stake. Like the stakes have risen. This is where the grand final is the BO5 instead of BO3. And that in itself changes the equation a fair bit. But not just that, I feel like yesterday's game especially really put a whole different perspective on everything. Maybe we'll touch a bit about everything that we've seen yesterday, but I would actually like to start from the beginning of the chronological order where, in that second game that they played in the upper semi, the main culprit for BLG's loss, at least in my own books, is them allowing the split through the Veto, which, didn't work out for them. It was a 2-0 for Wolves, but now they're knocked down a peg.
Yeah, it's, I mean, as you said, it's kind of, we go through it. And if you want to even go super chronologically back, the first time, I seen it kind of through groups. So in case anyone doesn't know, it is 1-1. So Wolves were able to beat out Billy at the, in the kind of group stages. That was a massive upset. And it's kind of why, I know I'm usually just biased towards who's ever losing, but it seems that just to kind of give everyone a, a heads up. So first of all, get the spammed in the chat over who you are supporting and who you want to win. But second of all, BLG seems to have all the love. So you know what? Just off of that, I'm loving Wolves. They really did take BLG out the first time, but I think we've agreed that that was very much due to Split, and Split being an absolute pain. So we'll have to see if and when that gets banned.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very different world, if you're like a football fan, for example, you would absolutely recognize Wolves. Like, they're a big name in the Prem. They're also present in esports, but nowhere as near as Bilibili. Like, Bilibili is first of all, it's like one of the biggest platforms in China. So, like, domestically, they're very well known. The teams across the titles are well beloved, especially like the League and Valorant teams. They've been building a lot of steam. The Bilibili Valorant roster, especially, like, they've been known to be the we scale throughout the season. We don't make it to most of the Masters, but actually we make it to champs. This time they've broke that curse, but hopefully it won't be to their own detriment because they're gonna make it to the Masters this time around. And maybe, just maybe now, with the EDG dynasty behind us, of course, with them missing their first international event, there might be a place for a new team to be born. Of course, it's either going to be one of those three, the two teams that we have today, or Shilai, who are actually in the upper bracket. And from everybody's point of view, I think XLG are the clear favorites, but perhaps BLG is the team that has that little bit of, I guess, like support that they talk about a little bit. Even K-Knight was actually talking about it in an interview pre-game on social media, where he's like, the crowd gives them the extra bit of motivation. Now that they're in Beijing, it's also like a much bigger city, and the attendance is going to be higher there.
Yeah, BLG in particular, we've seen a lot. DRG as well have also kind of been pretty much openly relying on the momentum and the fans, giving them all the love and the support. And if either of those kind of aren't there to the fullest, you can genuinely see quite a big shift. Not obviously, everyone's very much toppest of top tier, but getting that love, getting that support is always a bit nice for it. So we'll have to wait and see if BLG keep the momentum. I'm fairly confident they will take it. If XLG, if Wolves can kind of just get in that and just kind of make sure that they do cause a little bit of difficulty, I think I'm going to put it for XLG. So I think everyone's got their predictions and things all good to go. I imagine the chat is absolutely going crazy with their predictions. So, Volt, I think it's down to you and me to also join in and be wrong on the internet forever.
Well, I mean, usually I'm more wrong than right, unfortunately, where despite all the stats and everything that happens, you can't just control the server, Sometimes, for example, Yuikao will have a game like they've had yesterday. It was a barn burner. It was absolutely like MVP stud level performance. But they just couldn't crack it. They couldn't win against XLG. Rarga was just too much of a good player, I guess. And actually, I wouldn't say it was just Rarga. It was a much better team performance by XLG. But now that perhaps that has been knocked out of them, that kind of performance from Yuikao, is it even replicatable? Like, can he like say, hey, like 24 hours later, I'm going to deliver the same kind of performance, and perhaps I'll just push us through the grand final for another rematch?
I mean, that's the thing, because we've been very much seeing, and I think, to be honest, this entire series thus far, kind of leading up to Toronto and stuff, has really shown the difference, both in terms of just how, you know, the kind of the China network plays, but also in terms of how far the star players can kind of get, you know, can kind of get you through. I mean, Volt, me and you, I believe, we witnessed T-Virus look kind of get near to the end of how far he could bring the team without adapting to the newer meta, the Yoru and Neon and things. Raze, while is good, has, you know, Riot can only nerf her so much, I think, is really the way before eventually other characters just become more viable, and we've started to see that Yoru, Neon, and some teams really struggle to adapt. They've been trying to kind of change the map pools maybe around that, like their map picks to go around it. That's why we started to see teams that maybe don't perform the best on Split still playing Split.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing though, like those teams, as you said, like Titans, they didn't have the best of runs. Even EDG, like mechanically probably the best team maybe in the entire world, just couldn't crack it because unfortunately for them, Kong doesn't really play Yoru as much, and they can't pivot to that new comp, and their double duelist comp as okay. Like, I think it's a good adaptation. Perhaps if they had more time to prepare, they would have actually had a better time around, but they didn't have that ready. And you know what's ready? The players are, and we're gonna head to the stage.
Off we go in just a mo, and here we are, ladies and gentlemen, the second last walkout of Shanghai, of Beijing, just before we do move on to the grand finals tomorrow, and then whoever comes out of that would be Toronto. Sorry, I nearly said who was going to Toronto because I've got the script here with me, so get that. Get that.
We know who's going to Toronto anyways. All three teams are. So
yeah, but
it really doesn't make much of a difference.
No, it does, because there's going to Toronto and then there's going to Toronto. That there is. I absolutely, if any team is on this stage right now happy with, you know, third or even second, no, that's not the attitude we want to see.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That has to be the case. But well, now we got the players that will be walking in. And I feel like maybe this is actually going to give us a little bit of time to talk about the other stuff. You know, we talked about Yuikao, how good they've been individually, but we haven't really touched upon the rest of the team. And I feel like Rusia is one of the players that, if I'm looking at the side of BLG, I'm really looking at YZ and Rusia and thinking, okay, how can I shut them down? Because they feel like that they are the two main cogs in each and every execute that they play around.
Rusia on the controller, particularly on the Omen, I've been making a big deal out of it, and I've even actually started kind of taking to social media that with how prevalent Omen is in the meta, despite the fact, let's face it, because of how low the use rate of his ultimate is, he may as well not have one, and the fact that Omen is still that dominant, and the fact that Rusia has probably been the strongest performing controller, if not definitely Omen, that this series has seen is kind of terrifying. Like, in terms of pure mechanics and things, and as you said, with YZ backing him up, two absolute dominant players to kind of check him out in there, speaking of the man himself.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is at least my own perspective. Apparently, from the other end, K9 just says, if we want to win, we just want to mess with Lysor. And that is also another thing that perhaps, you know, things might be worried about on the other end. You know, we were speaking about Wolves and the way that they play. You know, Soyfat has been really consistent, really stable, and I feel like that's one of the things that they rely upon. But perhaps the players that are actually a little bit more swingy on their other end might be under some pressure, because, you know, when I think at Spring, I think a little bit shaky at times. Juicy can be the same, but Juicy is a younger player. So it is to be expected that, you know, you want to facilitate for Juicy. He's like one of the players that they've basically built the team around. But you just want to have a few rocks in your team. I think for Wolves, they certainly do. But it's going to be a matter of fact of whether or not those 5 players are all playing together now. Because as you said, no time really to double check, no time to try to reevaluate the game. This is the lower bracket, and this is the lower final. And you've already made it to the big stage. And pretty sure, as he said, nobody here is going to be happy even with a second place.
No, why would you be? That is shenanigans and silly as far as I'm concerned. It definitely should not be the case. We have been looking at, because obviously the interviews and things have been going on. I like the fact that the desk has even mentioned, because Wolves have had the Wolves have unfortunately choked a decent bit. And I'm not going to mince words, because even the desk were kind of saying it in terms of just that idea that Wolves seem to get so far and then they kind of run out of momentum. They run out of steam at that last moment. It's going to be particularly relevant in a best of 5. Obviously at this point we went up to best of 3. Best of 5, most of the maps except Icebox are going to be played and maybe put on that roster at all. I will eat my old mic if Icebox is that too far? That's too far. That's too far. That's too far.
Yeah,
I'm not going to say that on the internet, because knowing my luck, someone will pull out Icebox, particularly because it's Wolves versus BLG. But basically, other than Icebox, we've seen the teams on most of these maps, but they are such a mirror of each other. And to be honest, because of that, like the idea of trying to go for the Yoru Tejo that didn't work out, go back to their comfort picks. This is very much going to be I guess a kind of off-meta showcase, maybe, is like the coolest way to bring this up.
I mean, and again, like, it relies on those people. Like a coach like Fate, for example, is the one that have built this Wolves comp, and it does feel at times they're playing standard Valorant, perhaps even the Valorant that other teams should strive to play. But maybe XLG has just proved everybody wrong that this is the right way to approach the game, the right way to approach the map. And the Pearl was really, for me at least, a silver bullet in the way that Wolves play the game, that there are some things that they need to change. Perhaps the comp was one of them. Perhaps the way that they played the map individually. Again, like Cal was particularly impressive there. It was 21 and 14 on the chamber of their own. But then you look at the rest of the team, I feel like maybe even more so than anything, I spoke about how consistent Soyfat usually is. Soyfat was abysmal in that Pearl, and that is something that they'll just need to actually adjust if they're going to have to play that BO5. Because like I said, if there's only one ban, and I'm hoping this ban is split, because if it isn't, I might crash out myself.
Okay, well, in that case, then my old mic is very comfortably not in my digestive tract. If I do have to leave midway through, I was hoping that my new mic would be here, so we'll have to wait and see. Volt will do a phenomenal job at solo casting if he does, but the postmen are very kind of thing. But it doesn't matter. Don't need to talk about the postman, because instead we've got the post-map ban. And as you said, Volts, both Split and Fracture are gone.
Yeah, Fracture, of course, they were talking about on the desk earlier. You know, if you were watching the timer and everything and you were anticipating the game, they were talking about the map stats for Bilibili, and pretty much their Fracture is like their home turf if you're considering this matchup. Because the Pearl, I would say, is pretty close. The Lotus, we've seen how close it was up against XLG for the side of Wolves, so it makes a lot of sense why they're picking that here. And we still got the Icebox, though. And that's the main thing. And that is actually the one part of the series that perhaps worries me slightly, because I trust Billy on the Pearl. It's just the Lotus that is going to be... Oh, is it going to be a 3-0? Because I feel like if Wolves doesn't actually get a win on that Lotus, things might get pretty ugly on the other end.
Yeah, and we've seen, I believe the stat was, I think it was sadly a bit harsher towards Billy than it was to Wolves, but I believe Billy have lost, like, I believe 4 out of 6 of their last map picks, I want to say, something like that, or it's very close to that stat. So 2 and 3 map picks to lose, in particular, whatever those map picks are, Lotus, and I believe we're starting off on Split, is pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Billy are kind of the, as we say, you know, like, their identities, that they're the slow starters. They're the late bloomers. They come into form for champs for the end of the stage. Well, they peaked a little bit early, but still, you know, they're keeping some of their coolness to them. So, because, you know, this is not their final form, basically, is what I'm trying to say. But this is the form that they'll be taking to this Pearl. It's pretty much identical to the thing that they played yesterday. And that actually puts some questions on the other end, because I feel like when I've seen Billy play the Pearl, I've seen good performances, but if Cal is able to even emit 80% of the game that they've had last night, there's no Raga on the other team. Nobody's gonna match him 1-1.
No, and that's the thing, in particular as well, because I want to talk about, because you'd mentioned basically the comps are, near identical. The only difference we are seeing is Yuika versus K-Knight's Fade. And as you said, Yuika had already had a stellar performance last night, was doing incredible. Chamber is as much probably the kind of highest single performance agent in the game, and this map he is absolutely still king on. The minute you get to B site and the minute you are defending B site, congratulations. The only counterplay is ridiculous flashing, which, let's face it, neither team really has, or you just pray the Chamber isn't on their on day. If the Chamber is having a good day and Yuika has very few bad days, you will be having a bad day once the Headhunter meets you.
Yeah, that will definitely be the case. Well, it's going to be Wolves on the defense though for the start, which might definitely be a boon for them as they have the extra sentinel there in the chamber. A lot of flexibility, a lot of options to be creative. It is Billy's not pick, sure, but Wolves, after the kind of performance that we have seen them play against Sheila, perhaps they will be at least my own favorite. I feel like that they've done a lot of things right, and if the rest of the team just carries on to the form that they've had in the rest of the playoffs, they should be having a good time. For the play though from Billy, seems like that their early focus of attention is just going to be primarily headed towards that A site.
That's no real big surprise. We see the Yorus on both sides, which we had obviously mentioned that the Yoru was maybe something that BLG and Wolves were kind of opting out of just for more comfort picks, but with Split and Fracture out, because you can only ban 2, of course, as we've said, it does mean that you've kind of got to deal with these bigger maps with the concern of the Yoru coming through. And speaking of a concern, ladies and gentlemen, he is getting nerfed. I'm sorry, I don't want to bring it up that early, but he is, because that is incredible. Spring is already gone, your controller's gone, Astra is out, and BLG have a hell of a start to this attack.
Well, the wall has been used, they're trying to push through the shear, and it's going to be a good one from K-Knight. Continuous aggression from Billy. K-Knight puts the spike down. Doesn't seem that there will be a lot of contest from the other end. Actually, it's going to be YZ. Shut down Yuika. They still try to find more on the angle. The timing is perfect, but the shots are perhaps left to be desired a little bit better there. Yeah, leaving a lot to be desired there, honestly.
Indeed, and while there's a lot to be desired, these salvos are coming through, and Wolves definitely not, but K-Knight behind the 180 from Juicy is nice, but you've still got 2 more people to deal with. If you were able to take out Neff, it's not going to happen. A very, very clean attack from the Wolves there, but Billy absolutely cleaning things up initially. Just, it really comes down to that initial salvo.
Yeah, absolutely. And, that salvo just shut off any chance that they had to back off of A main. And then you look at the rest of their attack. It's not that they just tried to storm stairs and clear the site itself. They had the presence of mind to also keep a lot of their attention towards stairs, cutting off the rotations, even sending YZ very deep in the angle there to go all the way through spawn. And despite only being able to find a single kill, that was more than enough there. That exchange, and there it is, another first blood. This time, Yuika starts off really well with the Headhunter.
I mean, we did mention it. Beam me in, put a chamber on it, and as long as he doesn't miss, then it's not a big concern. It's going to come down purely to how Yuika manages this control. Meanwhile, a big aggressive defense from Wolves. They're all rushing it down. Levius is trying his best to tell the team, but with the salvo coming through, 53 HP left, drops the Razor Vine to try and buy some time. It does mean they know there's only 1 member towards that B site. Of course, it is going to be Yuika, and with the Headhunter shots already utilized to an extent, only 2 bullets not going to be enough. The trademark goes, the spike drops, and 4 versus 5 on this retake for the Wolves.
Only classic, just the Headhunter. How much can Yuika do with 2 bullets? Going to be the real question, because you look at the rest of the team, pretty much no util on the rest of Wolves, so they just might be meat on the table here for the attacking side, and it starts off pretty well. Their presence is strong, but they're trying to route them out of halls, and they're going to push them out of the angle, but instead, it's going to be all Billy on the kill feed, just like so, to find that 1 kill. That is going to be a clean second. They don't lose much. Only 2 players gone, but at least they keep their rifles, which is going to be the important aspect.
Yeah, especially it's nice as well to finally talk about the idea of the kind of econ cheating. I always bring it up because it's just something that I think people can very often forget. Not only does Chamber have the ability, obviously, to do things like that, but we do also get to see the idea of the Headhunter and the Tour de Force do mean that you don't have as big a concern if you're BLG, or if you're, sorry, if you're the Wolves in that regard, because you still can take the aggression, take those advantages, because you've got Unicall being able to land those shots and being able to cheat out the economy for you. Of course, this is Wolves' round now to really take how they're adapting towards, you know, the salvo, which has done nothing short of be a complete pain in the back of the Wolves' neck. As they try and get this through, pretty consistent B push with 2 lurking towards that A side to see if anyone overheats.
It is still a dangerous bonus if they're able to find the first frag here. Things might be concerning for the side of Wolves, but they haven't really committed to their engagement, and I feel like that's to the better of Billy because they haven't really found any real way into that B site, and they still maintain a solid amount of map control. It's not like Wolves taking that time to actually aggress towards the A, recapture map control on the other end of the map. It's Unicall solely playing that angle all alone on the B side. There is a defensive shear, of course, as you can tell, very deep in A main. There's going to be an early alarm system for the chamber, but they'll be tested early on stairs, and now they know that it has to be on this slice. And so the salvo, when they come around the whole stairs, they come at the perfect time to hold in for the angle. One for Juicy, and they can't really trade the Euro back. Instead, they're going to be committing their movement towards the site. They're trying to push on stairs, and they use the Prowlers there from the fade, try to find themselves in. The spike will be denied there. That's an important one for Lysor, and they will not be able to find a multi-kill though.
Run out of bullets there, and Wisey will punish. Sufat BB going through. Unicall as well through the wall. The spike is going to get planted, but likely unless Rusia can pull a victory from the jaws of defeat, there's not going to be too much there that can be done. The Wolves, that is their round to kind of, you know, take home in theory, you know, anyway, but nice for them to do it with 3 members up on the board. Again, any economy advantage is certainly going to be compiled and compounded with the fact you've got that chamber to work with. And so far, everyone seems very warm, very ready to play. No one seems to be really missing. The only thing I've got is Lysor maybe counting the bullets in the magazine.
Well, I mean, there is still like a real gun round now that we're going to be playing that might actually dictate how the game goes. But in that gun round, Juicy's only one away from the interdimensional drift. And remember, this is pre-nerf, so he's still got the full 12 seconds. It is still 1 orb cheaper, and Juicy is going to find that orb. Now, they got the ultimate, and they are ready for the correct site, because it is an A execute. It's a whole minute and 20 left to play, and I like the Wolves are confident and stable. They don't really over-aggress. Spring does, though, and they're able to find a double there, leaving just Rusia and K-Knight trying to salvage around that. Feels like it's a near impossible state here.
No, it really does. And you were mentioning about how the Wolves aren't really kind of working with the kind of map control that you would maybe expect. We see obviously Unicall back towards that B doors, but other
well, concerns truly present for the side of Billy. This is their first gun round, and it doesn't feel nice, but Ante, when they lose it in that fashion. It's not like that they've gained control anywhere. It was the opener from Juicy, and then everything else just fell apart bit by bit for the other end, though. It is still pretty calm and collected. The final 10 seconds here for this round, or perhaps Billy might be hunted out of those 2 remaining rifles of there. Luckily enough, got the gravity well to keep their space. The backstab is present, but Billy are also aware. And keeping those 2 rifles, I feel like it's going to be really important to their economy. And on the other side, Wolves don't find themselves having the luxury to go for the hunt yet. So it is going to be a second for Wolves on the defense. And on the other end, Billy, perhaps they'll just have to wait until they find ultimates to break the deadlock, because right now it feels like they can't really shoot their way out of this game.
No, and Pearl is like B main is you know, kind of build off of that. B main is the only time you can kind of shoot your way through a map like this. The rest of it is very much down to kind of utility and cohesion, which is where Tejo again has created such a thorn in the side to so many players, whether it has been BLG Wolves or basically anyone else for this entire circuit. It is very much down to those executes, down to those cohesive plays. And BLG, you know, they had those initial confidence on the attacks. It does seem that Wolves have managed to slow them down, and as we've said before, BLG very, very reliant on that momentum.
Yeah, and that momentum right now not really been afforded to them. Lysor on the angle, K-Knight with the peak, but it's an excellent opener from the Vise. Could have been a multi-kill there, but YZ able to hold on for the trade, and that gives it a 4-on-4. Of course, for Biddy. That is a good trade, but the real problem is that they've lost one of their 2 rifles, and they haven't recovered it yet.
You really can't afford. We see the dimensional drift as well. Speaking of a recovery here, YZ trying his best to put the Wolves to sleep. We'll have to see if it works out. The flash gets popped, pulls himself out of the drift. It's actually Neff with the backup, the control space. Tech and Juicy, though, is not a clone. He's very much real, and he is in your nightmares. Levius and Rusia imagine to make the Stinger and the Sheriff work. And now all of a sudden, it's Spring, the only gun down. No guns for BLG, though. So with the smokes coming online in 5 seconds, only 1 star remaining. Spring doesn't have too much to work with and a lot to be asked of. Meanwhile, if BLG whiff any of these shots, could be pivotal. Very, very aggressive clear from Spring to try and hold this angle, but it does mean he's lost some time.
Well, the Arc Pros is on. They haven't found much space. They know where the first player is, but the star hasn't really come back off cooldown, and it's a 3-man peak. Good work from Biddy. And this is the power of the interdimensional drift. They just got the information, found the shots off the back of that information, and a disruption from the Yoru utility. And now we're back truly to the game itself. And I feel like this was the pivotal moment in this round. If it was a double kill for Wolves, the round would have been over. But since they couldn't really find the kill onto YZ, it opened up the space and art for YZ to just push through with the ult and then find the kill.
Yeah, dimensional drift, it does last quite some time. As you said, it is going to get changed around. And we already see, I believe, either just a wee tech timeout. Yeah, it looks just to be a little technical timeout while we are getting some things sorted. So, you know, obviously players can't talk to each other. Coaches and all are not, coaches are not going to be allowed to give any advice or anything. But to be honest, I think BLG and Wolves should both kind of take this as an idea that, okay, maybe our first actual timeout can be used.
Yeah, well, I feel like the Western curse is really carrying over to our side. Let's just hope that that won't be the case for long. But for now, the one thing that I feel like we can establish, Yuikao has been put in a good position. I feel like Yuikao is really set up well, but the play around the Yoru is going to be the make or break for the Chamber. Last time around in the last game yesterday, it was a lot of head-on duels between Yuikao and Rarga and the two teams. But if you look at the way that Biddy are approaching this game, it's very different. They don't really want to present aim duels, knowing that the Chamber is probably looking for that. Instead, you see a lot of a bigger focus on the smaller skirmishes in controlling specific parts of the map, whether it is art, of course, link towards B. B main is always going to be a big point of contention. They don't really commit fully to those big duels as much as you would see yesterday. Today, it feels like it's a much more tenured approach. And I like the fact that they're taking it slow, because if you're looking at the opposite comp on the side of Wolves, of course, they don't have the Fade, yes, but that does mean that the rest of their team is actually better equipped to deal with a full-on rush in comparison to the Fade comp.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. You've got that trademark just to buy an extra little bit of time. We have seen, in fact, that the Haunt has been getting so much value, it probably will get something yet again. No, actually, Lysor able to dodge it. Beautiful positioning. We actually see a swap out now. Lysor towards this A site on their own. Meanwhile, all other 4 members of Wolves have tried to call out this B site, but we can see now a little bit of panic, a little bit of concern. BLG, though, actually already starting to believe that, yeah, okay, the rotates are going to be there from Wolves. We've only seen Lysor's utility and nothing else. So, yeah, you want to keep that site? Absolutely going ahead. And Juicy's had to burn the ult already halfway through and actually likely to not get too much value. Juicy's about to run out, trying to get as much info. Yeah, just deciding to pull himself back out, not affording anything. The haunt and the flash comes through. That's going to take Uicott out of position, and the op has been given away.
Yeah, the position is known now. As you can tell, the rotate is coming in from Bilibili. The trademark is there, though. That shall slow them down momentarily, but then they'll still proceed with the push. It's an excellent jump peak on the other end. YD, again, working excellently in that one, too. And on the other end, of course, for Wolves, questions will have to be asked of Juicy, who's starting to taper off a bit. The Nightfall comes in on the site itself, but Bilibili actually used that as a false flag. They're rotating back to the A site, where there is stars from Spring. There is still Lysor in the angle, and now a lot is going to be asked of the leader of the team. They go in for the swing. Information found. They still got the Arc Crows, but the spike will be planted regardless, and it's going to be another retake. This time, Wolves in a numbers disadvantage, and perhaps it could even go worse if they don't detect Knight here.
Thankfully for Spring, they do. The Cosmic Divide plays beautifully. It's all about how Neff and Spring find each other there. It is going to work out for Neff, and Rusia is just continuing to clean up the damage from the utility and from the other gunfights, those smaller skirmishes that you had pointed out. Volt's already grabbing a lot of information, so Lysor now has to do one, but with the spike already ticked down as far as it has and the salvo coming through, it's unlikely unless it's a clutch of essentially the Arc Crows gets destroyed. Lysor has the call, 180s to try and deal with Neff, but Neff, unfortunately for Lysor, going to cause some problems. And now, Bilibili mentioned the momentum. They might start running away with this.
Yeah, you can tell in a big part why a lot of the fans really have a lot of trust into this Bilibili roster. Because sure, it's not like Wolves are playing a bad post-plant by any stretch of the imagination, but it's like a double kill like that from Rusia. It's something that we haven't seen from Bilibili in the retakes this entire game yet. Maybe even the entire game in general. There hasn't really been a lot of the multi-kills in the gun rounds, which is something that they will need to worry about. Juicy is excellent in the first few rounds, but I feel like this position has been their main point of weakness. They need to either hold those double doors or change the way they're playing. They're playing 4 strong towards middle. They're leaving the extremities completely open, and it makes sense since they're on a save round. They might catch a good timing. Juicy could have found a rifle, but instead elects to back up, and they will be rewarded for their patience with another kill.
The Tour de Force, the scariest ultimate, I would argue, still in this game, even including Armageddon. That is saying something as Lysor continues to pull Armageddon out, actually deciding to opt for the Steel Garden, deciding that, you know what, you are on a save as much as the rest of us now. Maybe popped a little bit prematurely. Speaking of popped prematurely, Wisey falls. The spike is down now towards this mid, and it is Levius versus 4. If you are Wolves, you're pretty confident you've got it. They don't know where Levius quite is, but you really should start hunting for all those guns that have been oh so charitably donated by BLG.
Well, now they do know. There's the first good kill onto Spring. Still need 3 more, one of which is Yuikao. There with that operator. Of course, it's a custom what is modded, and so far is doing the job pretty well. 20 seconds left, and it does feel like Levius probably will go for the save. Doesn't seem like they're really going to attempt anything further in this round, and this puts Wolves on the game, and they're back big time because this is a thrifty for them. And now some questions are going to be asked on the other side. You know, the adaptation was good from Wolves, but can they keep on doing that? Because I feel like this is a one-off round, and they will need to find a permanent solution for the remaining 5 rounds.
Yeah, they will have to manage to really find that, because as you said, like BLG were able to take the last round. They burned things like the Cosmic Divide. The ult economy had really started to come online for them, and they burnt the perfect amount. Wolves have now returned that favor with the ults being burnt themselves. We've seen obviously the Tour de Force and some just beautiful shots. That tiny elbow shot is absolutely filthy. Levius somehow managing to miss the stationary object in the trademark and then getting the shots off when it mattered more. But with that, we also seen Uicott didn't get to pick up any guns, so having to buy the op is going to be a massive econ, effect, whether you're chamber or not. But the ults online, we see Juicy halfway through, Armageddon and the Cosmic Divide for the side of the Wolves. Meanwhile, only that Steel Garden for BLG right now.
Aggressive from Yui. Might be spotted there. Damage is on the chamber. Fortunately enough for them, they did not lose their lives in that exchange, but that opens up the space again. And this mid control has been kingmaker for Bilibili. They've been using it pretty well throughout the game. Kane like this time the one that is pressuring the double doors, and they got the chance to push if they want to. They got the utility from the Yoru, but they gotta be careful. Armageddon on the other end. They clear off Secret. They push them off site. Yuikao is forced to take that duel while stunned, and it's going to be a 2-4-0. Nothing on the other side of Wolves. Lucy fighting their time, but they blind themselves, and that's a critical error. And now they leave it in a 2-on-3 after that kill from Lysor, who's ready to find a multi-kill, down to 1 point of health. And this is as big of a miracle as he could ever have. But maybe there is some way still into this one. The Dark Rose gives him the information, but Rusia is still able to find a hat-trick and keep the game safe for Bilibili.
I started bracing myself. There was a world where everyone's eardrums got completely burst by my pop-off there for Lysor, because we've seen it was starting to come online. I wanted to look at this. The cohesion there. You cannot do anything if you're a Yuiko there. If you're Yuiko there, the minute the teleport got used, we seen the salvo drop, the Astra stun, and then the Yoru TPN. You were dealing with that operator exactly flawlessly. I had mentioned that without the operator, in terms of if you've got very little in the way of flashes, it's going to be difficult. That is textbook for how you do it. You've got the salvo down in Secret and dugout, so you can't worry about that. You don't need to worry about a counter swing from there. It means all of that can be at the little back of all of the util can be put through on the back of shop. And if anyone's not even there, you may say, okay, well, that's a bit of a waste of util. Not really. You've got YZ then on the back of A site, and we know he has been an absolute pain for Wolves so far, and not surprising that Wolves are the first timeout, but this has been very equal, very back and forth, and it's been lovely to see.
Yeah, and the conditioning from Bilibili actually worked out really well in that round. I feel like that's the one thing that I want to touch upon a little bit, is that they know that Yuikao always will be playing at the double doors at the start. They find a way to counter him, and then they know that he usually ends up either playing stairs or back of A, if that doesn't work out. So they have the anticipation to read into the next phase of play, find that kill, clean up the execute. As he said, cohesion is exactly on point. Well, that's what you need to do. If you're going to be walking into the next grand final against XLG, you kind of need to be the best team in the world, because on that kind of form, I feel like maybe XLG have the potential to become world champions at this kind of level that they have. But for the other games, though, for this one at least, the opening is pretty much apparent. Bilibili punishing consistently this mid position, and for the rest of the game, there just has to be someone on the side of Wolves that is able to shut down those rotations. This time, they're counting on Lysor a little bit more. YZ have taken a lot of angles, and maybe I feel like they've opened up the space for a B-side split.
Yeah, and that looks to be BLG are taking it. They're very concerned about that kind of main towards the defender side. The Arc Rose, of course, is going to get popped. No one biting just yet. The Yoru flash and the drone. The timing is beautiful, and that is juicy. That's not just the player as well. It is some filthy shooting happening. The spike gets dropped. They have that information. The Steel Garden gets popped. Juicy, actually, you know, already had done so much, but could have done a bit more. Spring as well. Whiffing manages to bring it back. The Stinger at that range is not going to do much. The Guardian, though, from Sufat BB absolutely will. That was very clean. What started as well as a beautiful read from BLG and maybe unfortunate setup from Wolves towards that art direction, but they handled it well. And if there's a replay you want to see, it's coming up.
Yeah, look at this. Chris, clean lock, boys. That's all I have to say.
Oh yeah.
But in reality, like, there is a question of how does Bilibili let them get away with those many pistol kills? But there is utility. They should have the information at hand, and that timeout came just at the right time, because they really need to keep their heads about them, because they've just been letting Wolves actually fight back, and that's the main problem. My concern isn't if you lose the head-on duels. My concern is when you win the first phase, you gain the map control, and then you're not even aware that they're going to attempt to retake that control again.
I genuinely believe it was just off of the drone was just a phenomenal bait, because I think all of us, and no matter like, and you can see it, even at the highest level, in iron, in bronze, in silver, and gold and black. You hear a drone, you see 3 people snap to it, ready to shoot it to give it as little information as possible. But that wasn't the reason for the drone. The drone wasn't being popped there for Wolves' information. Wolves had the info. They knew where everyone was. The drone was just so you looked at that big blue light in the sky before Juicy would then very much introduce you to it in a more personal manner.
Yeah, and Juicy did really well. Of course, it's Juicy and Lysor in this game that are actually fragging out. It's 8 for each, but the only player on double dishes right now is Rusia. They got their own Cosmic Divide, and perhaps they're going to be able to use it that round. The Drift comes in. That's the fake. That's one flash. They know where the other player is, and they're working their way into the site. K-Knight is deep into A main. There's going to be a lot of information revealed, and YZ put in a difficult position to clear there that will actually facilitate a spike plan.
Not too much information gained. A decent bit of space granted, but not too much in the way of info. A lot of player kind of locations and such not being really hit. Speaking of, Lysor actually managing to dodge the C's. The positioning's beautiful. K-Knight doesn't care. As Armageddon and the Cosmic Divides fall, the amount of ultimates being used, both teams want this round so bad. As the spike already takes down, Neff falls. K-Knight's only 8 HP, and Yuka just picking everyone up. It's just Levius sitting towards this art side with no ability to even hear the spike being diffused, and both Cosmic Divides meeting each other. That's very pretty, though, I gotta say.
Yeah, like, you know, that X line there, the intersection. And it makes it even more difficult because you really need to angle yourself in a way where you're gonna go across both walls.
Yes.
To actually get through the spike, which makes it even more difficult because then you're completely out in the open and there's no chance on the other end. I feel like that shot from Lysor was particularly impressive. But the one thing that I'm just questioning a little bit is the usage of the Armageddon, because I feel like they really haven't gotten the most value out of that Armageddon usage. Perhaps there is still some more twists and turns in that one, but for Billy, Neff really could have used that one a fair bit. Same can be said, of course, on the other side, but Soypad, I feel like, had the better usage. Speaking of good usage for ultimates, there is an interdimensional drift there from Juicy. He has the gate crash safe, of course. He wants to hold the angle, but for now, they're going to force the rotate off the Yoru, who is still going to go back to the B side, and it seems like they really don't want to give away B long this round for Billy.
No, you can't really afford to give it up. We're 5-5 at this point. Not too many ultimates online. K-Knight close to Nightfall, but other than that, really, it's looking very beneficial for the Wolves. And one extra point I want to make in terms of what you were saying just there, Volts, you know, in terms of that Armageddon. It's really frustrating that you've got so many players in Wolves that can basically teleport out. You know, you're going to be taking fights against Juicy, against Yukai, and both of them can literally just go, you know where I am? Press one button. Nah, you don't.
Well, speaking of pressing one button, there it is. Mouse 1. That's all that Juicy needs. And it's a big miss there from Yukai. Well, that opens things up, though, for the side of Billy, because while sure, they've lost the player, they found themselves in a good angle towards stairs, they pushed the shear, and they have forced the field garden, but Neff with a classic is still going to be able to win that duel. A lot is lying onto Juicy, who will find all 4 to shut this round down, and the steel garden comes into perfect effect as Wolves heal off at least tying that half, if not 7-5.
I used to, gardening was not meant to be a dangerous profession. It absolutely is. If you're playing this map, that was a beautiful usage of it. It was a beautiful return, though. I gotta say, you know, okay, I don't need a full Vandal. I need that. That's all I need. 2 bullets from a classic. That's all I need. But what Wolves have really been relying on is Juicy. They're picking up. He didn't actually even see Rusia, I don't believe. I think Rusia was trying the counter swing, was playing off of the anti-flash, and ended up just lining up. Very unfortunately for them. So now it's last round for the half. The Wolves seem very solid to take this 7-5. They've got a decent bit of utility, a decent bit of ultimate still online. Meanwhile, you look at BLG, it's a bit shaky.
Well, they try to rely on the Outlaw on the side of Yukai. Juicy got all the information necessary in the world for them to play that post plan. They exit the interdimensional drift early, looking for a duel there that will be presented, but it's a big win from Levius because that leaves the rest of the team there in a 2-on-2 where they're going to be able to win. Big swings from the side of Wolves, but Rusia still able to find a multi-kill of their own, leaving it in a 2-on-2. So fat. Closer player in, got the salvo recovered. Remember, this is the old salvo, and that means that there's very little place for Rusia to play in that round. He has to go out in the open, take that first duel, but unfortunately for them, quickly traded by Yui Kao, and it's going to be Wolves leading the first half by 2.
7-5 is a beautiful start. It's a beautiful start for, let's face it, both teams. They have been trying to play it very patiently. We've been seeing quite a few rounds. I want to say maybe 4 or 5 get to that 20-second, 15-second mark. So very good patience, very, solid cohesion, coordination, like we've mentioned before. Not going to lie, looking at that in the replay, I had no clue which Astro was which. So I was very much relying on the scoreboard to tell, and the kill feed to see what was happening there. But of course, Wolves able just to edge it out. And now they do move over to the attack, which, Volt, I believe you had mentioned earlier. They are going to maybe struggle a bit with that double sentinel. Very much, you're happy with it on defense, obviously, Pearl, but you can't really, even with like Chamber, you can't do as many aggressive peaks off of that initial tech.
I mean, that's actually where I might it depends on where you want to play. I would disagree if you are actually playing on one side of the map. But, on the other side, on the B side especially, I feel like there's actually a lot more freedom because you can peek and TP on the Yoru, you can peek and TP with the Chamber. So those are 2 free duels that you can take on that angle that pretty much would otherwise be some of the hardest duels in the entire game. And I feel like Juicy really put the nail on the head there and playing that B side. It felt like there was no way for Billy to peek just the Yoru. Now, think about on the other end. If you got a Yoru and a Chamber that are peeking you as a single player, it feels like that there are very little chances for you to actually win that one. But, well, we'll just have to wait and see how they actually approach it, though.
We'll have to wait and see. We have been seeing, we do love to see the signs. We love to see all the respect everyone gets. The meme cam, of course, everyone get your little hearts out on the chat as well, obviously, that we are seeing in the stadium as we get back into the second half. And yeah, that's, an excellent point, Volts, in terms of what we had been talking about with how you take those engages, how you take those fights. The Chamber is, again, that the first 5 seconds as an aggressive Chamber or a post-plant scenario is a phenomenal circumstance to be in. But that moment where you do kind of struggle, with the push through. So we do see the 50.8 is the attack side win rate, and the 49.8 is the defense side win rate, I believe. So slightly attacker favored, which for a map this size and with how many lanes there are, that's not as big a surprise, I don't think, for a lot of us.
Yeah, it's actually pretty even though, because the defense has a lot of playmaking opportunities on those double angles they're stationed at. Juicy walking in into 2. Oh no, he had the gate crash there. That's the worst time possible, and Soyofat is also gonna go down. And that does mean that Wolves are on for a terrible start here, and Billy, perhaps with winning that pistol, they might be able to equalize the game and maybe even lead the way on the defense.
Pistol rounds are massive. We've seen how often before, and Wolves now already have to walk in a pretty decent stack on most scenarios here. Any main alleyway, any main aggression you can find. And speaking of aggression, actually look, BLG got 2 members there. They get through the Vise wall, but that does give the slightest, teeniest bit of information. And BLG seeming to lurk towards this defender side. Levius is going to get cleared out, but the shots are absolutely filthy. Spring does have that defender side, but with the salvos and everything else to deal with, I think it's very much going to turn to fall pretty quick.
Yeah, it's only down to Spring now, and it is the season, but unfortunately for him, it seems like that they really want it to be summertime. And it's a good start for Billy, of course, like taking the pistol, as clean as it is. And the one main thing that I feel like we have to look at here on the replay is the fact that they just timed that mid play to a perfection.
Yeah, it was absolutely clean. We had seen it come through. The position started coming through. Levy is picking up a 4K in the pistol to get that Steel Garden already online. Essentially, is able to force an extra classic through, or an extra classic round through, an extra pistol round, I should say. And with that, we do see the stat BLG 50%, 50% win rate. So exactly what you would kind of expect to see, but maybe not what you would hope to see as we go through now. The drone not actually spotting out that lurk here from Spring. Wisey's not going to get cleared, and the classic is good enough. Spring tries to get the stinger, but Neff at the very least there for the counter frag. So that's 4-4. You lose Spring, which is pretty pivotal. That is your smokes. Meanwhile, Wisey, you're only losing your Yori on defense. That's not the end of the world for BLG.
Yeah, and the Yori clone, I don't think it's going to make it in time to proc this shear. which does mean that they won't actually move that much. Is one player on each angle kind of situation, but it's actually very aggressive from Nef. The timing is going to be terrible for K-Knight, and that means that Seofat is also going to be able to find that kill, but that pulls the rotation over from Tejo, perhaps not in the way that I expected. I expected them to be playing A main, but they're trying to go for the big flank on the other end, which does leave a lot of work on Teletheus, who starts the round off well, and they buy more time with that double kill. Another frag from Rusia, and it's going to be a clean sweep, not even needing the Tejo. The spike plant is the silver lining for the side of Wolves, but other than that, Billy is holding the line pretty well and minimizing their casualties.
Yeah, solid stuff from BLG. A little bit of a misplay, I want to say, from Wolves here. You know, we'll look through the replay here and we'll see, like, we got those initial 2 frags, but then look at that. There's basically, these are all 1v1s that are taken. You know, no one's there to kind of back up. No one's there to cover each other's, you know, misfires or any kind of missed shots. So we've seen what is essentially a phenomenal showcase of what happens when you double swing without guns to match, and you can still very much walk away with the frags. And then the minute you let those become 1v1s with a gun disadvantage, at this type of level, unless you're, you know, hitting those double classic headshots, you're not going to walk away from that. So now, equalized yet again, both teams very much wanting to show each other off. And Rusia has decided that the only thing he wants to show you is a little shotgun friend he's made.
Well, he's taking the bucky there, very aggressive towards A main, and I like that angle from an Astra, because of course you can play for your own stars aggressively or defensively, and that matters aggressively. But YZ almost got on the angle. Fortunately for him, got a gate crash ready and prepped. But that does mean that Wolves get to fight back with that space. They know the angle is there. Lysor, again, successful on B-Link. I feel like that's going to be one of the main angles that they have. The stun comes in time, but a special delivery answers back, and it is a bonus round for Billy. But the fact that they're holding their trades pretty well is one thing, but then Lysor just walks in, completely wrecks the plan. That's 3 from the Vice, but that will be a pair from Nef to leave just Nef and Rusia there, trying to fight back that angle, but a lot of success from the Tejo that will be finally shut down by Spring, but that leaves it in a winnable 2-on-1, where Rusia has upgraded to a Vandal, but they only got 1 star to play for.
6 seconds left. That spike's got to go down soon. It does. Meanwhile, while it's getting planted by Sufat BB, that is only 1 versus 1. The swing is very aggressive from Rusia, and the position call out. Get that crowd on their feet, ladies and gentlemen. That is the type of hype. I mentioned Rusia at the start. Has been getting some love. I feel not enough, and that is exactly why he deserves some more. Beautiful stuff. Let's face it though, that was all on Nef.
Yeah, a lot of that was Lysor there on one end, but as he said, like Nef, that double, I feel like really saved the round. And even if he didn't find the third, like that would have been, oh, you know, he's done his job, but then the third kill was the one that really allowed Rusia the amount of time and space, because remember, not even just fighting the kills, but stalling the attack from Wolves that long has put them in a position where it's only 20 seconds left and they need to plan the spike down. Otherwise, they really risk the time being their enemy. And that puts them in a bad position right now, because that's the bonus converted, and that's Wolves basically halted the entire Talon. It's 3 in a row for Billy. Probably going to be a 4 in a row. Perhaps there is an off chance of a miracle, but with that setup from Wolves, I think that it's going to be very hard to break the play from Billy, especially considering K-Knight still got the hunt, and that is a lot of information that they can gain in the mid round to deny Wolves to find any play. And there it is, you know, speaking about information, they use one of those prowlers early on. They know that there is some presence on mid that is tried to be concealed by that star play, but whether or not they'll actually commit to Art or play for Link is still something up for debate. They haven't committed to either, but with the drone going down, maybe they'll still commit anyways, because they're using the salvos and they're going for it.
And we actually look towards the teleport very quickly. That gate crash already put through towards the CT, or towards the defender side, and that's the concern. That's why your Yoru can just TP. YZ at any point really can just decide to join in this fight. The moment doesn't need to. The minute Wolves are just sitting there, they have been pushed out towards this Art. The Astra Stars have been enough to deny them. 26 seconds left, no frags yet for them, no guns to work with, and a lot of util being slowly and surely worked through. Cosmic Divide's going to get popped actually to try and buy as much time, buy the space. You can shoot through that wall. You cannot shoot through the Cosmic Divide. Lysor putting one through for good measure, and the play is absolutely phenomenal, it must be said, from Wolves. Tries to push through, but YZ keeping that art control. All three members now in this post-plant scenario, and of course, you have that frustrating as hell best piece of utility in the game.
Yeah, Salvos for one side, out for the other. Still got the Armageddon. K-Knight denied off of that one, and the Armageddon should be coming in right now, but K-Knight probably still going for the half stick. The Armageddon comes in pretty late. K-Knight is going for the full stick, and it's not going to come in time. They are actually able to find a kill there. Soyfat is ready for a pair, leaving YZ all alone. Outlaw at hand. They're trying to use the classic, but it's just not trusty enough in that situation. A little bit labored there, but still, a win is a win for the side of Wolves.
Yeah, you mentioned the Armageddon. I was tense. I don't know how long was left on that spike. It could not have been long. I'm sure there's probably a screenshot already on Twitter of my face because my eyebrows had fully jumped off of my head. I was very concerned about that. But we do see it is working enough. Yeah, look at it. Look at how close that was. Look at how ridiculously close that was. I'm not sure if...
Yeah.
It must have been a call out from Sufat that it was a fake stick. I don't know, maybe, but yeah, it nearly very much cost them. It doesn't at the end, and a lot of utilities actually has been burned. It is from the side of Wolves, at least they are able to convert, but if you look, BLG don't have the guns, so this round is going to be difficult for them to convert. They've got the Steel Garden to try and force an equalizer, but meanwhile, everything else is basically coming online, and Wolves don't have much.
Yeah, but the good thing for the side of Billy is that maybe outside of that Steel Garden, YZ's only away from the interdimensional drift. Neff is only one away from their own Armageddon. So they definitely got the tools there. And they will just need to be mindful on the other end to not get caught in the wrong timing. And they did not spot the Astra. And that is going to be one thing that is very dangerous. Levius, the Sheriff at hand. No Arcros, but no clear for now, and the shot couldn't have been any worse, unfortunately for them. Just a clean shave right there would have been necessary, but just a fraction off. That does leave the first kill over to the side of Wolves, where they played that one pretty well, because they got the kill, they didn't over-aggress, and instead they played for the rotations, and Yubikao got the correct read on K-Knight, who might actually have the play. The Stinger comes in with a swing, but Wolves still strong on the site, but they've lost a few members, and they gotta be careful of the post plant.
Yeah, they do. Ruscio was trying his best to stop that plant, but getting a bit unlucky. That was intentional, but the flash comes through from Juicy to try and stop the push from K-Knight. Sufat BB backing him up, and of course those frags are so pivotal the faster you get Armageddon online. The jump beat comes through, but actually what the only thing Sufat BB is going to see is the potential end of this round. The Armageddon positioning not quite what you would want, so Lysor able just to kindly, very cleanly sidestep that and put 2 bullets in the heads of BLG, and again take Wolves back to advantage.
Yeah, that Armageddon really questionable, but the swing good from Spring. That duel from K-Knight though,
That was
would have really invited.
Shouldn't do that.
Yeah, but then this, like, I'm sorry, where's this Armageddon going? Oh yeah. Man, it's very tough because the Armageddon is like one of those ultimates that feels like on its own it doesn't really hold a lot of value. It of course can have a lot of power in post-plant scenarios, but that is something conditional. Like if you try to make a play, at least that's my own perspective. I think of it as something like a Nightfall, right?
Yes.
It's not like as site clearing as a Rolling Thunder, but in conjunction with other pieces of util, it can definitely be game warping. Unfortunately for them, no other utility, and they didn't even cover the basic use, which is deny the space. They opened up a lane for them to peek through, and they got punished by it. This is the second timeout from Billy, and they really need to find some adjustments because that is a big investment to throw the Armageddon away in a round like this. And now they might have the guns back in this round. They will need to adjust back to playing with those guns with a different plan for the post plant because they don't have the Armageddon to counter.
No, they don't. And with every round as well that gets lost or that just gets played out, of course, we get closer to that potential 12. You cannot afford to let these loose, especially with the only thing that BLG really... I was going to say the only thing they've got to work with. They've got everything else to work with except the Armageddon essentially 1 or 2 ult points to change it. Meanwhile, Wolves still probably have another round, maybe 2, to get the rest of their ults fully online. So, but of course, any buyout that BLG can get is massive, very aggressive on the orb grab from Juicy there, and does get punished and shut down. So now both Dimensional Drifts online, but for the meantime, 1 extra player offline for the side of the Wolves, and that is your entry as well. You've now got to kind of rely on either Spring or Yuikao probably to get that initial pick, but BLG not biting. They understand they've got that frag. No reason to give anything up.
Yeah, pretty calm. Rusia just still jump spotting. Doesn't really see any reason to do much else in the time being. Some stars are deployed. They're trying to clear out halls. And they'll be able to do that. That's Rusia found on the spray down. A little bit too accurate there, honestly, on the shots.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, for anyone that doesn't know, of course you probably do, but the pings have been nerfed on the map and such, but if you've got your map layout, you certainly know what to do, and what you do is not walk into YZ holding an AWP that close. You will not miss at that range. The Arcos gets popped, Levius gets similarly popped, but Neff will shut any shenanigans down, and you want a team that's even, you want 2 teams evenly matched that are ready to go blow for blow. I don't think you're getting better than Wolves versus BLG.
Yeah, like this game, definitely been neck and neck, but just skills like these two, I feel like are the big difference makers in those kind of rounds where we've seen the other side just let down their guard, and then Wolves, perhaps a little bit questionably so. Like complacency is going to be the enemy of them because it's a long series, it's the best of 5, and mistakes like these do pile up. They might not seem that big in the grand context of, oh, you know, it's 3 maps that they need to win. But maybe that is going to be the round that is the difference between them losing and winning the map. And so for now, Juicy using their own ultimate, it is a much weaker buy. Only a shorty there for the Yoru that is trying to bite out as much space and time as they can. The post plant is in, but they are all spotted there by the Han, so they know it is the A side, and the Spike plant will confirm it.
Oh, and Lysor has the information, but unfortunately no frags, as you said. The buy not really there. You need someone like Yuikao to try and land these shots, or to get a really fortunate shorty from Juicy. He gets the first shot off, but K-Knight, the positioning is very solid. The dancing around this Cosmic Divide is difficult. Spring not able to find anything. They don't even have the information that the spike is being diffused, and I believe a flawless for BLG. That's how you get yourselves right back online.
And it was a very clean round as well. Like, they haven't really given anything up. They've completely respected the interdimensional drift. And then when they played the retake, they knew also what is the plan for the other team. Like, they knew that there has to be a shorty there. They were ready for the trade. And even if K-Knight died there, you can see the rest of the team present by the angle. Rusia just jumping rabbit there. And yeah, it's pretty difficult to play around something like that. You can tell even the coaching staff are like, they're having too much fun with it. But in reality, perhaps this is something that they need, and this is the final timeout for this map. The second one for Wolves. Bitty Bitty already on double digits, but on the other side, my one main worry for the side of Wolves is that they're starting to bleed away those rounds where we see ultimate usage, but not a lot of value behind it.
Yeah, we have seen that. There has been a few shaky ones. There's been, like, don't get us wrong, you know, I'd say 95%, maybe 90% success rate. Like, these ultimates have been getting value, but that last 10%, obviously, those are the pivotal ones that, like, the Armageddon falling, that's not really covering any space. We've had a steel garden that had forced some difficult, but like the Steel Garden did not get very much. I believe popped once, just I think out of sheer panic, which does happen, of course, but it is still an absolute pain when it does. But if you look at everyone, like the performance from everyone kind of individually, any fights that you would expect them to win, they have. And particularly for BLG, despite the fact they've been pushing in with things like Stingers or Classics, they've been taking super long-range engagements and walking away from them, which I would argue is greedy, but if you're getting the frags, I should shut up.
Yeah, you know, maybe they just know something that we don't.
Yeah, exactly,
Well, for now, you know, they know how to play the game the right way. Utility dump, then they spot out the player there. Levius had no chance into that one, and it is a big giveaway, though, for the side of Billy to play that aggressively. I understand you want something off the back of the timeout, but speaking of which, YZ spotted, able to find a good shot, but they haven't really completely backed off either, and I feel like that's important, because with them not instantly using the gate crash, they force the use of that other salvo, which is going to give the team probably, what, 40 seconds of breathing space, which does mean that if Wolves want to execute with the salvos, they're going to have to wait until the final 20. And it doesn't seem to be the case. They want to execute now, so they've lost the big tool of area denial.
The Armageddon's going to do the same thing, though at least it's not quite the same. Russia very much having to just walk away. Nightfall from K-Knight, exactly, going to try and stop this. The Haunt actually a little bit too high, doesn't get too much info. Russia, the star stun. 30 seconds left and no spike down just yet. The special delivery is going to miss from Russia. Now the utility that you had mentioned, Volt, it's all coming down. It's terrifying to keep an eye on. So many flashes, so much molly, so much pinstripe as the frags are just back and forth and back and forth, and it leaves Yukao in a 1 versus 2. Unsure of where both members of BLG are. 10 seconds left, finds one, taps it, but Neff is not going to give you that attempt to try and get the shots onto Russia.
And the hold is strong, and perhaps there, that usage of that salvo forced an early Armageddon that they would have actually really preferred. Just keep for the post plant itself, but didn't really get that, and that good shot there from YZ, I feel like, really opened up a lot of space for them. It was almost impossible to win that 1v2. Like, they would have needed to make a mistake to give them that kind of duel, but from that perspective, it puts the game where you would expect it to be, you know, like Billy picking the Pearl. Still very competitive from Wolves, but considering the kind of performance that we have seen yesterday, Yukao is back to earth, and that's something that's going to be massive for the rest of Billy for the rest of this BO5, I believe.
Depends, can that Tour de Force hit? No, YZ not only getting the frag, it takes the Tour de Force out, but actually again takes Yukao already back down to earth, but maybe burying him a few feet under it, depending on how you want to look at it. And now Spring with this swing. The timing's not great, tries to clear the angle. YZ picks up another. The Steel Garden comes through from her, at the very least, to buy a little bit of time, quite a bit of space. This plant can go down, but Soifat BB opting not for it immediately, just going for the tap first of all, but that means any extra time means YZ can work with it, can't move, because he will die, but everyone else in Levius and such will clean that up and put us to what is potentially a match point.
Yeah, and it's a big misplay there, honestly, from their side, because I feel like Billy played the round right, but from the side of Wolves, you would have really expected them to make a move there. I feel like after using the Steel Garden, they just got caught. They didn't expect Spring to go down, but then you either needed to rotate back and just back up and go towards B, or push the players of main, which were, for my money, the other logical option. You got the utility, you still got the Oriole, you got the flashes, they are only on pistols, so just push them off the angle. But they elected not to do either of those things. They just waited in sight, and they invited a ton of pressure, and once again, they will be finding a very proactive Billy that will find both opening picks. So that's the B side completely locked away, no Spring. And that does mean also no Cosmic Divide for Wolves in the final round, or what could be the final round. It does seem like it, though.
I would say it's a pretty reasonable call to say final round at the moment. Of course, we've got quite a lot more to come, but yeah, unless Wolves are able to walk away with something absolutely filthy. Losing Juicy is a lot of control, is a lot of aggression, obviously, losing that Cosmic Divide you had mentioned. YZ just really, really filthily aggressive, and I want to take this moment, actually, that super aggressive push onto B. Speaking of super aggressive push, actually, I might have to shut up just for a moment as Lysor, trying his best to make something work, never mind, is going to get shut down pretty damn fast for it. I did want to say that the that push from YZ and then the fake teleport, the fake gate crash that we had from Juicy, YZ didn't even flick because he didn't need to, because the rest of his team was backing him up. But right now, BLG able to somewhat break the curse and put themselves up their first map.
And maybe everybody in China be completely scared. Billy winning a game 1, you know, cleaning out the game. It was still pretty competitive from Wolves. You know, I'm not taking away anything from them. And for that itself, I think that we might trade first maps for either team. I think the Lotus is a good pick from Wolves. Perhaps one that they would be confident in winning, since their map record against Billy is actually good on that Lotus. But then it will come to the other end of like seeing this game. The fragging from Wolves is just lackluster. And I feel like that should pretty much sum up a lot of the things that I want to say, because that fragging affects everything else. It affects their decision making. They find themselves a little bit passive. They're scared of taking some duels, and that's something that I thought I would never say about Wolves.
Yeah, no, they're definitely what I think that came down to. Honestly, you'd mentioned it earlier. I think it's Yuikao. I think it was the idea that Yuikao couldn't really get the momentum to take the fights. When he was given the space, he absolutely could, and he could open it up. But BLG were very comfortable around identifying where Yuikao was, using YZ particularly to kind of play around him. Russia doing this was just absolutely silly. I love to see the running gun. But yeah, I think it very much came down to just YZ's control of this map. Yoru is terrifying, and you put a player like YZ on him who has that level of positional awareness, and you see what happens.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, in that kind of game, I feel like we're seeing a lot of multi-kills, but perhaps the most consistent player that we see in those highlights is Russia, that has been having a good game, pretty good game really from Billy in total. But questions still to be asked off, of course, the side of Wolves. This is their least favorite map, and I would understand why they would lose it. But this form of Billy is the thing that is actually scaring me. And there it is, 240 ACS, 155 ADR, and that puts them in a concerning situation when the controller is able to not just anchor, but also play post plants with 8 multi-kills. Like the clutch potential is kind of ridiculous.
It's mental, because I was completely in agreement with you that Russia didn't have too many multi-kills, that Russia was just playing consistent, and then we see 8. Like, I mean, that's absolutely ridiculous. As well, from an Astra, you don't like, because unless you're playing super heavy around the post plant or super heavy around like one position kind of thing, you know, the gravitational well and the stuns and such, they aren't really going to grant you the ability to take 2v1s or 3v1s. So that very much is just down to Russia himself. And now we get to see it. Lysor there had been absolutely fragging out the rest of the team, though unfortunately just couldn't really find the position. And we see the assists from a lot of folk, but yeah, Yuikao really getting just locked down this map. But next is Lotus, and I can imagine that will blossom into a different story.
Yeah, definitely. But I feel like one of the main things that I just really want to highlight, not just the KDs, but I just want to look at the death on the Sentinels, or really any anchor in total. Like, it's 9 from Russia, 13 from Levius. It was what I think it was 12 on Neff. It was like a very solid stuff from all the people that were anchoring the side on the other end. And despite Wolves actually getting the better of them in terms of first bloods, you know, if you look there, it's 13-9 in terms of first bloods, but at the end, it just wasn't enough for Wolves. Despite getting themselves the leads multiple times, it came down to those multi-kill anchors that I feel like it was only like 1 or 2 rounds where we said, okay, this is really clean from Wolves. They gave no chance for Billy to actually anchor the site. But most of the other times, I feel like they just leave that little bit of space that allowed Billy to function. And from that inch, they just took a mile with it.
Yeah, they wanted to walk away with it, and they certainly did. But as well, we are going to walk away just for a couple of minutes, get ourselves fed and watered, because as Volt so politely put it, it is best of 5. We are going to be locked in for quite a long series, particularly if the teams are going to be playing the rounds as slow-paced as that. So get yourselves fed, watered, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in about 4 or 5 minutes for Lotus. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome right back to Project Horizon. Of course, myself, Mad Dante, my man, Volt, joining us. And we are already through. Yes, I always get really happy whenever... Okay, I don't know why my... There we go. I don't know why my camera went
just thought it had enough, you know?
I don't know why that happened. That's the first time that's ever happened. But anyway, BLG versus Wolves. First map was BLG's pick on Pearl, and they managed to win themselves out 13-9. It was super damn close, and then they started walking away with it.
Yeah, I know, they walked away with it also in a clean term. You know, sure, 13-9, competitive, but you never really felt that Wolves were actually in any real contention in the second half. Like, the second half, it felt like a bit more of a formality. Sure, Wolves gave them a couple of rounds to sweat over, but considering the first half was 7-5 Wolves, they only got 2 rounds in the second half. That is kind of disappointing. Hopefully, it wouldn't actually transition over to the next map that we're going to be playing of this Pearl, because this is Wolves' map pick, and this is where they really need to find this victory here, because I feel like if they don't, it just might be a 3-0, and everybody might be wrong, because at least, you know, all the people that have predicted Billy still predicted a 3-1.
Yeah, they did, and a lot of people were predicting Billy. Billy had a lot of love. I forget exactly who all we had, but I think it was like 80% seemed to be going Billy. And that 3-1 seems like a very confident pick. I don't think we actually got our own predictions, I think, but I would have likely, as someone who has kind of seen the Wolves and you know, kind of followed them basically through this entire series, I'd give them the slight edge right now, but it'll all depend on how... as you mentioned, you know, we're moving on to that second map, which is Lotus. It'll come down to if Yuikao can really wake up or find himself that space to make things work, because Pearl just really didn't seem to be his usual self.
Yeah, and that is going to be a big factor, I feel like, in this best of 5. Something that, you know, when I consider it, like, Yuikao is the real factor in the fact that they were competitive against XLG in that best of 3 that they had. But then in this game, you know, it's the best of 5, there's a bit more of a chance for Yuikao to actually have more to play for. You know, even if you have a bad map 1, you still got map 2, 3, perhaps 4 and 5 if you even go the distance. So we just have to wait and see if they're able to do that now. But for this first map, though, it was a pretty quiet night for the Chamber. Perhaps Viper turned them down early, and then, you know, we just have to work our way from there. We're gonna go over to Lotus. So the team comps, I feel like, are gonna be pretty much identical to what we've seen the last time from the two teams when they faced off head-to-head. Maybe there wouldn't be much of a change, if that's actually going to be the case, because I feel like Wolves, they've pretty much figured out their comp, and they're like, we like playing this comp, and we don't like playing other stuff.
No one likes change, and unfortunately, that is
unless you're Titan.
Unless you're Titan, but Titan love change so much that, you know, but this whole statement being, if I had a penny for any time, Titan have hundreds of pennies. Titan have a billion pennies. Titan's full funding comes from the pennies. That's how much they love change. But everyone else is more happy to kind of sit that tried and true. They know what they're doing. And speaking of, we've got that tried and true. Let's have a look-see here. And yeah, as you said, the comps are identical.
Yeah, you know, we've seen that before. We've seen how they play it. It's always a very close affair between Wolves and Billy on this Lotus. And as you can tell, like, even the win rates pretty much dictate everything. Maybe outside of, like, Levius and the success that you can find on the Viper there. But for the rest of Wolves, I feel like this comp just pretty much satisfies what they need to do. It's just a question of, can Juicy and Yuikao actually stand up to Neff and YZ? Because YZ on this Lotus, I feel like they usually just turn things up to an 11.
Yeah, I'm glad you, because I was just about to bring up Neff and YZ in particular. A very deadly duo that are near enough always behind each other, that are near enough always backing each other up, that are near enough near enough at all times. I've said near enough like 6 times. It's becoming a bit of a cliche, but they are happy enough to just follow each other up at all times. You'll always see the utility come from one, then, you know, the other will burst around the corner. And it doesn't even have to be the Neon being set up by the breach. We've seen plenty of times like the relay bolt gets, you know, kind of popped through, and then it's actually the breach that swings off the back of it kind of thing. So we've seen a lot of that different type of cohesion, which again, from how Pearl was played, the amount of angles that you would typically, like a piece of utility would be used and you would have to expect to maybe turn to shoot it, and it wouldn't because someone else would be behind it. Juicy, I think, was a great example of that, and YZ as well, of they wouldn't get distracted by utility because someone else would be there to shoot it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, no time for distractions. It is time to play Valorant. Wolves starting on defense. Of course, that is Billy's choice to play on attack first and trying to capitalize off YZ and Nefs. Really good combination play. They try to force the angle. Paranoia comes in at the right time and they swing off of it. Spring with one, Spring with two, and the Viper finds a ton of success. Wolves off to a picture perfect start as Billy only finds one out of those 5 players that went down in this round.
Meanwhile, Levius is going, what they doing over there? what they doing over there? And unfortunately, Levius, what they are doing is dying, and you will join them. The Wolves, a very, very solid start, as you had said. And I want to, one of the things I really want to just make a big deal of right now, and I would like everyone at home to play along with it, is keep an eye on the From the Shadows. Because, again, Omen is used so commonly in a lot of maps. Lotus as well, like we see, obviously, the double controller setup. I don't think we're going to see more than 3 From the Shadows used this entire game.
Oh, that's a big one. That's a big one.
People
I mean,
sit on that all the time, and they never
don't
use
it.
It
Yeah.
really frustrates me.
It's like they think about that ultimate in the same way you think about an operator.
Yeah.
What do you do with an operator? You save. You don't use it. You know, there's always a better round to use the op, but unfortunately for Lysor, no worse place to be than there they are. Salvos to find that kill. Wisely with another. At least Spring is gonna find a trade on Neff, so it is only at 2 for 1. But that's a 2 for 1 with a slight Billy upgraded some of their weapons. Now they got a Guardian. That can be a big problem. Sure, Wolves still got the firepower advantage in total, but them peeking that smoke is going to be a tall order because they know that the rest of the team is going to be holding that one pretty strongly.
They are indeed, and they have this idea of where Rushi is. The Aftershock not quite going to be able to get him off the top of that box as the Viper's pit pops, but the flash is excellent, and we were mentioning the backup between the Neons and the Breach. Suvat BB doesn't know where Rushi is, but Yukao certainly does, and a beautiful retake from the Wolves.
Yeah, good retake from Wolves. Still, they lose the magic number. They lose 3 players. So you'd still feel pretty good if you're on the side of Billy. Like, you've broken down the bonus. It should be a weaker bonus, unless it's going to be a full reinvest from the side of Wolves. But even then, it's like a very good start from Billy in terms of, okay, you know, YZ's getting the right amount of setup. Their execute seems to be clean. They're finding Billy's weak points in their anchors. And that is going to be the important aspect, I feel, because that aspect is something that they'll need to change into the later half of the game. It's like Wolves, it's okay for Omen to be playing on the back of the boxes for a few rounds, but you will need to eventually change not just the player, but the positions you play, because it's going to be more and more predictable for the Salvos, for the fault line to also come in and counter that. And look at that, we're speaking about such 2 fault lines right on the money, one of which tried to facilitate the entry, but then the other basically forced Billy back away, now back into this A site where Surfat is trying to hold the angle. Good's fast lane, but that will give them more space, and somehow Knight despises the shot there. Great work from K-Knight, honestly, on that shot, but it still leaves Wolves in a position where, sure, it's a 4-on-5, but they haven't really lost control of the map yet. And yet is the big point.
Yet is, particularly for Lotus, yet is probably the most important word for Lotus, especially once you kind of go for these A site pushes or that potential conversion into the B site, which it does look like is going to happen. Yeah, of course, K-Knight finally going to fall, but everyone else really. And this delayed swing here, we see YZ push through Yukao there, but Levius has the read. Spring didn't need that headshot. Levius only, I believe it was like 10 HP, maybe maximum. But with 2 members of BLG swung, they do line up. So the shots, had they been a little bit higher, could have went the way of Spring. But for the meantime, BLG very much happy to get themselves back or put themselves onto this board.
Yeah, like it's a good round there from really the side of Billy. Like the fact that they didn't bleed that much to the Wolves bonus. I feel like that was the important part. Like they won the round, they made their movements, but the one thing that I would just be concerned about is going to be their initial phase of the round, because I feel like the early defaults don't work out that well. It is a tech pause, so you know we're getting there a little bit more, but luckily enough, I'm gonna cross my fingers. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to say anything bad, but I am happy with the state of the tech pauses as they are so far.
The tech, ladies and gentlemen, for anyone that is maybe out of the picture, EMEA had a rough time with the production and the tech. So I believe basically an entire day had to get rescheduled. I want to say, which was a pretty rough to say the least. So as long as we're not dealing with that, the bar has been set oh so low. I think is the way to put it down. So I want to say though, if intentional, of course it's not. But BLG getting their first round back, looks like we're already done. BLG getting their first round back and then calling the tech pause. If that is not emblematic of how much they love their momentum, nothing will be.
Yeah, momentum is basically everything into this one, and still got all 4 tactical pauses. But we also got an Armageddon in this round for BLG on K-Knight. Is going to be a big factor for them in this one. They changed the pace of the play a little bit, going for the early jump spot. The spring this time, solely holding that C-side. There it is, Lysor, closer in. Fake the first routed step, but that really seems like it was enough for BLG to say, yeah, we don't need to over-aggress. They've got our first phase of control. They got Mount. They got a very aggressive position there for Levius, which I feel like they would rely upon Levius finding value, but with them being spotted on the drone, perhaps they might want to speed up their play towards the C-side. They've used the fast lane, but the Snakebite have bought off enough time. They're using the Armageddon, and then I think they are just going to spring into that site.
Yeah, but if you do notice, I mean, we've got a quite aggressive hold from YZ, so I believe, or not from YZ, sorry, from Juicy. So they are aware that this is coming through. We see quite a non-committal rotate, actually. I was thinking we would see it a little bit faster, but Wolves maybe a little bit concerned, not quite believing in it. Why is he getting picked up? Doesn't get fragged, neither can they return the shots through the smoke either, though. So now with this collapse, as you so rightly said, Volts 5 versus 5, I believe maybe the first time we've had it in this set so far, as Rusia, again, sitting on those boxes. Let's see if he gets called out.
Well, they try to use the fault line, not on the money. The fast bowl, though, it's in. Lysor with 1. The trade, quick from YZ, but Yuikao still answers back. It's a good positioning for YZ to find a multi-kill. He walks right in, slides around, plays the parkour tricks, but it's not going to be enough because Juicy will still find a stick, and they will clear out the entirety of this game. Yuikao is back for fragging, and Wolves will still find a round.
Oh, Yuikwao just deciding that while everything else is going on, there is chaos, there is utility, there is mollies, there is snake bites, there is everything in the world. His team collapsing around him. Is it the red wire or is it the blue wire I cut? And it's the blue. And he gets it right, and Yuikao not only then walks away with all the frags, no guns for you to save, the Rolling Thunder online as well. And if you want to describe Wolves, they are very much Rolling Thunder at the moment.
Oh, that thunder
Never mind.
might be ripped apart.
Never mind.
YZ's like, I don't like static electricity. Get away from me. Just maintaining their distance. And right now, if you're on the side of Wolves, you might be hoping that you can find a bottle, that there is a genie there. You know, just rub a little bit of pocket lightning for the other end. But, you know, all the tomfoolery aside, though, Bitty has actually gained a lot of headway towards the A site. They still are keeping YZ here towards C, but that is going to be a big loss. No more duelists. And that also opens up the play on the other end. They're going to be bleeding members left and right. Both C and A will not find any success. And from a 5-on-4, now it's a 3-on-4, and they will need to work their way around in the final 40 seconds.
Alpha's getting popped. They're really trying to sell this kind of A fake, but when you've only got 1 member left towards that C, I mean, Neff should get this plant down fairly comfortably, but even then, Neff seems a little bit scared. He seems very hesitant, a bit trepidant to kind of push through this. He is eventually going to create that space, but with only 20 seconds left, the Knight, Lysor, no concerns there, picks that up essentially for free. Coming through from Waterfall, opting actually not for the plant, but that fault line should give away the positioning, and all of a sudden,
10 seconds.
Neff, the patience, yeah, can they do it? They should, yeah, they'll get the plant down absolutely fine, and this 2-on-2 begins.
Yeah, but they've invited a lot of pressure. Spring is there by Mound. It's a 2-on-2, but as I said, they're holding Thunder there from Neff. Should be Kingmaker. Can they really find a play? They cleared off the side. They know that there has to be a Rolling Thunder, and that's why we're seeing Yuikao readying their aftershock. They want to deny as much space as they can. Rolling Thunder comes in, and that denies for the most part the space, but the Viper's Pit is going to force a lot more respect from the side of Billy Billy, who has not gone for the play yet. Instead, aftershock to deny the initial defuse. Then they go again. Yuikao not called by the fault line, but instead it's going to leave String in a 1-on-1 now. Flash doesn't turn it. Will find a double, but too late to defuse. And Billy Billy, off the back of a slower start, will still be able to find their second.
Yeah, the Viper's Pit pop there is a very risky decision because, of course, as you know, they knew the Rolling Thunder was online. I don't hate it because, as you said, whenever we were discussing the From the Shadows discussion with the ultimates in terms of saving it, we have seen teams, because it's Rolling Thunder as well, 9-point ultimates. Teams are very scared to kind of pop them without getting, you know, the most value. But Spring is pretty likely to get one more Viper's Pit, assuming that they're not just taken out of the round, like on-round start for this next, for the rest of the half. They are likely to get another Viper's Pit, so I like the attempt to kind of give themselves that space and control. Speaking of, Juicy already with a Bucky gets one, and the Relay Bolt stopping him rotating out, but he doesn't want to, he wants more.
Well, they are trying to find that kill though. YZ putting out the Outlaw will be deemed they are criminal, and their conviction to be shot down by that shotgun. Juicy not giving the angle away. Okay for them to walk into that decay field. Don't really care about much else, and they're holding a very tight line there. The shot just not on the money this time around. Recoil, of course, from the stun does mean it opens up some space for Bitty Bitty, and now they've recovered their numbers. Remember, it is still a weaker buy, of course. For the side of Wolves, this Bucky is the biggest investment that they've had, but Soilfat will actually turn this one away. Now it's a 1-on-2. We do see the ultimate that you were scared of it not being used, of course, from the shadows used by Rushia. There's still another one on Lysor. The timer is there on that one, but the spike is down, and it's going to be a very long rotation. The spike is planted, and they're all the way in spawn still, so it's going to waste like 10-15 more seconds here, Medante, until they can even go into retake.
It is a bit scary. Rushia, though, doesn't really have anything online. We'll have to see how close that smoke is to returning online. But you've got Salvo from Soifat Baby here. You've got the Rolling Thunder online as well. In theory, there's quite a decent bit to work from here. And Yuikao actually and Soifat are playing this quite slow and patiently, and now we've actually seen that Rushia's been able to get the full rotate on. The smoke gets popped, but the head similarly does as well. If there was one player that could have walked away with that, Rushia has absolutely been the one to watch. But a very confident retake, very slow, but played to near perfection, I would say.
Yeah, but good control, good pace. Of course, that double there from Juicy was what really gave them the round back at the other end. And for Billy Billy, there must be some questions of whether or not that stubbornness towards committing to the A main was going to be a problem. You can tell, like, emotions are running high. But when it comes to the timeout itself, you as the coach, this is the most important thing. You can be as emotional as you can be, but when you reach to the players, you've got to be the one to rally them together. You're the commander to the troops.
Oh yeah, the morale has to be kept up. Otherwise, what's the point of any of this? You cannot give it away, especially, you know, even in a best of one, that morale is important. But again, best of 5 with the picks going through, and so far the Wolves looking very, very comfortable on Lotus, about as comfortable as BLG were looking on Pearl. Of course, that first half was quite tight before BLG just started to really walk away with it. We will see if that's reflected in Wolves' performance here. But so far, not too much to discuss. A little bit of, you know, walking into a Bucky. It's very difficult to do much when you're walking into that. You know, 2.5 players essentially killed due to that tiny shotgun. But the rest of it has been very solidly played, I must say. Even the ult usage, we'd mentioned the From the Shadows, Rushia doing it to try and grab the spike. And it is wild that From the Shadows is probably as valuable as 1,500 credits, which is, of course, the 300 spread among the 5 players that Rushia had managed to get for BLG. They're buy pretty rough.
I mean, they're just buying as much as they can without really compromising the next round's buy, which is something that I would understand. But as I said, it puts them in a rough position. Their economy isn't good, but we've seen Wolves win a round pretty similar to that one. And with them pretty much stationed in the correct side there. B side is the weaker one. You just gotta be careful because the utility is coming in on the other end. Yuikao with a double. And Siufat will still find one more. That's the entire round. Pretty much shut off. Leaving just Devious, who won't be left alone for long. 3 players strong. Siufat is gonna find a double there. Pretty clean for Wolves. It's their map pick, sure, but this time around, it feels like it's the opposite. It feels like it is the formality for Wolves, and Billy are really just trying to look competitive, but they aren't really threatening them on the other end.
I mean, yeah, you'd seen like the special delivery. Oh my days, actually, even with the stun, Yuikao still getting that. It's a phenomenal shot, it's got to be said, but the overdrive getting popped into the fault line coming through, and then Yuik, I was saying, you know, not many players were really playing off of their own utility that much. You don't see, you know, the Astra being able to do that. Breach, on the other hand, especially when you've got a player like Yuik, far more confident to do so. And you see the battle for A will always be quite cinematic, I must say, even if it's absolutely ridiculous to follow how much utility's just been used.
Well, speaking of a lot of utility usage here, that might be present here. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a pop out of that Viper's wall. They're trying to find the right timing here, but a stun good on the other end. YZ still finding the kill. But that's going to be a trade, and that is the angle held. The paranoia buys enough time for Rusia to find another one. And Billy finds success early on A. They know that there's still Siufat, of course, on the other end there. But he's found timing. Solid position where he evades the line of the fire. The dark cover gives him all that he needs to stay alive for now, and it's only 45 seconds left. They got the numbers advantage, so for Billy, they feel very confident going back to the C site rather. That if you look at Levius, he's stationed all the way inside there.
Meanwhile, on C site really is the only thing that you can point out. I believe we're going to be seeing as the utility gets popped through that Viper's Pit online. It would be kind of criminal not to see it from Levius. So really good to get popped out through there. Don't believe so if BB doesn't have the drone to spot out. So the Viper's Pit is very much that is an ouch. Rusia is now gone. So all 3 remaining members of BLG trapped in this Viper's Pit. We'll have to see how they're played around. No one can hide on top of that box. Snakebite comes through and some positioning is given for this retake. It's gonna go the way of BLG initially, but the shots from Spring can't quite find any more than one. So if I try but the reload's gonna be heard. The shots are gonna find him, and BLG able to put a very comfortable round on the board from that Viper's Pit.
Yeah, and he would have thought there that Spring getting the counter timing is what I feel like it was there. Would have actually had a chance, but didn't really pan out for them. Billy good on the hold, and it's not going to show up here in that replay, but look at Levius on the minimap, actually. Look at Levius the whole time at the minimap. He just snuck his way into that C side, and from there, it was a free round for Billy. Even if it was an even round in numbers, they still had a very solid position to play for. And with them winning the play towards A main early, you can tell Wolves now are changing their approach. They're more aggressive, more abrasive, truly, on that A side in an attempt to gain more control. That they will get, but for the price of that, Wolves actually don't really have a lot left in the tank now, if you look at their utility. They still have the utility on Juicy, sure. They only have 1 flash in Yuikao, and Soyfat only has a special delivery, no drone, and that means that they will have to retreat and just play for a retake there on this B site, because as you can tell, they're not really inviting a lot of pressure. They're waiting for the members of Billy to walk into that B site. But Billy doesn't take the bait, which is a problem because they're going to walk in when all the utility fades, leaving some dry duels there for Yuikao, which they will be able to deal with to a T. Neff with a good shot, ready for Juicy is YZ. Neon action, and they know what the other player is thinking.
Yeah, they do. Get yourself in that headspace, but actually, BLG have been a little bit concerned, maybe quite hesitant. They've tried to take that initial fight. The 2 frags came out towards that A link, as you've seen. BLG then actually, I guess, using that as the comm to say, okay, A's free, but you had the positioning on B, and you all of a sudden gave that frag towards Lysor and cleared that up, and you've got the that kind of delay from Spring to make sure there's no one lurking. 18 seconds forces the spike to go down, and Soyfat, forcing Rusia to go down as well. It's a very wide swing from Neff that can comfortably be taken, and now 2 versus 2 with the salvo online, and the utility just slowly but surely going down. The Wolves may be able to make this work.
Oh, for Billy. ever since the timeout. It feels like their play has been much improved. They've locked him out for the time being, but they don't find kills on the back of that Rolling Thunder, which will invite pressure again. Good damage from Neff. That's one and a shot on Soyfat that is down to half health and will be quickly dealt with by VPS, and the gap closes down to a single round.
That Rolling Thunder was very, very, very solidly used. To be honest, I hadn't given it much consideration just with the Guardian, but Neff, to be honest, speaking of Neff and the Guardian, had absolutely been running away with it. Look at those swings, look at that confidence, no concerns, and Levius certainly living up to it as well, and Wolves deciding that they have to call that timeout. They can't allow BLG to walk away with this momentum. I mean, 6-6, and I want to say, was it Pearl, the stat was 49.2% defense to like 50.8% attacking win rate. It was absolutely, you know, basically not even a percentage in between. So these side swaps not going to be that pivotal because of because you know the teams, the compositions are absolutely mirrored. But if you can get it on defense, in theory you should be able to get it on, or if you can get it on attack, in theory you should be able to get it on defense.
I mean, absolutely, but it just comes down to the way that they're going to approach that one. Off the back of the timeout, Billy, I feel like they've been much more regimented. Something that they haven't really been doing in the past, like 2-3 rounds before the timeout, is that we've seen like them being a little bit more stubborn, a little bit more, I guess, desperate to win individual duels, which is understandable from the side of Billy, because that's how they lost the Pearl. But the coach got back into their head, they calmed them down, and now they just need to approach the game in a little bit better of a way. Of course, for us here in this game, still a very long best of 5, so it's good that they are actually calming down for the time being. But the main important thing is, if you're looking at the side of Wolves, they're on the defense, sure, but they will need to try to facilitate more for Juicy, because if they've been having a story time, it's the rest of the team that have been doing well, and well, one of those players is Steelfat, and he's not finding that much success. At least Yurikao will be able to continue their good run of form, keeping the numbers even. It's a 4-on-4, but you lose a Tejo this early on in the defensive round, and suddenly your post plans might be a lot weaker, which is why I would understand why Billy just want to play as passive as they can be.
A little kind of fake ultimate there. I like it. I really like it. I really believe you should just do that more with the ultimate. Even if it's just teleport next to your teammate that you're already standing next to. Make your opponents concerned. Make them believe just for a second. Make them paranoid just as that is thrown out. I love to see it, because we have seen so many teams just sit on that ultimate all game, doing nothing with it. Just use it as a drone. Just all into tree. Yes, I'm crashing out, ladies and gentlemen. Get it good, because I care about this ultimate and I feel it should be used more. It's ridiculous. I hate it. I love it, but I hate it.
Well, it was used with no real purpose, and it feels like the whole round from Billy really didn't have a lot of purpose behind it. No. Just peaks for trades, not a whole lot of planning on the other end, and they found a lot of success there, Wolves, in this round. That is 6 for them now. Spring got the Viper Spit. They also got the Rolling Thunder on the other end, but it's a very quick round on the play to A. Rusia spotted in one timing. They got the stun, but the second fight doesn't come in, and the Spring holds on strong. YZ is shut down, and Billy, after all that work, after losing 2 members, just hoping that they will find something for the cause, they find themselves with the same kind of round that they've had last time of asking. Almost a quad there from Spring, just frozen on a triple, but K-Knight nowhere near finding that clutch there. What, half health? Like, you're talking 75 HP total with the shields. But just walking into Soyfat was easily gonna find that kill there with Juicy on the back. A 7 for the defense, and not looking that good on the other end.
Okay, good night as well. Sufat there, just, yeah, the position there. That kind of random shot. And I do want to quickly, because this was kind of just, all of a sudden, Wolves have this A site down, this A hold down, and BLG aren't really giving it up. They want to try and take it. They want to be confident. I am going to say one more point, and I'm going to sound like a broken record. Rusia has used this from the shadows twice and has 3 ult points. Lysor has been too scared to use his once. That's my point, and he's had it for the entire half. This is my point about that ultimate. Omen is so strong, he essentially doesn't have an ultimate. Oh my days! Sufat, just by all means walk onto the B site. I understand why he's played around the Viper's wall absolutely beautifully, and he knows that that the rest of BLG aren't really going to hear him. The 180 does happen. Never mind, I lie. K9 you can't. Not with the ult. Not like this. Not like this.
I'm crashing out now. What is this around? Like,
Not like this.
Like Soyfat has actually got the perfect positioning to win the whole round, but then they just lose the 1v1 duel because they wait too long. You get a TK with the Armageddon. You find a wallbang shot on B main. It's like everything is going right for Wolves and everything is going wrong for Biddy, and it's such a way to close out a half for them. But you know, they got some time. Perhaps this is the time to just think back, recover, because this Lotus, it has been a roller coaster for at least us two, let alone like the team and the player, because that shot from YZ, I feel like he shouldn't be this ready for that shot.
Nice!
Yeah, you're right. I mean, as you said, Sufat BB, you had that position, had the angle, and then didn't really, and then kind of let it go. It was like a bit understandable, but to be honest, to run into the site from that, no one should really be expecting you to be able to rotate that fast. Yeah. So the only way you really lose that angle is by making noise. We've seen through the silhouettes that neither member of BLG was kind of ready for that until they heard the footsteps go through. I think the audience now just voting on which spray they do in fact prefer. I think I would like to see the Harbor one win because Harbor doesn't get enough love in this game. I think Harbor's a fantastic agent that just has never found a space.
Okay, I mean, here's the thing. You can say what you want. I think Harbor is trash. Like, I'll just be completely honest with you. And also, this is gunplay on the right with the guns, and then strategy or like game sense on the left.
Right.
And everybody is with me. Game sense is good. Game sense is great. It's what differentiates the players here on this stage. But for us mere peons, I think gunplay is more important.
Us mortals who are in the EM lab 10 to 12 to 16 hours a day, who still wish they could be on this stage in any capacity. Absolutely correct. At the end of the day, you can know everything about Valorant, but if you've got the aim of an iron and you're just going around shooting feet, you're not going to do too much. But ladies and gentlemen, the second half's coming through, and look at that. And honestly, a bit surprising that the Lotus is quite as even as with the stats as it is, just due to the fact it's a 3-site and it's a pretty large map.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see if they are, of course, able to continue on that lead, because Wolves, they've got a stellar defensive side here. You wouldn't really take it as a 51-49 in the way that Wolves played their defense, but Biddy, a pistol start, I feel like it's pretty important for them if they want to keep their hopes of a 3-0. They start off well in terms of timing, but Neff is going to be that to rights here. Salvo, shot, everything coming in. Wolves with the lead there. Only Levius to find a shot. And the rest of the stack there towards the A sites all fall to the way line. Only K-Knight on the angle, lining up a few shots. He finds the head down to 19 points of health, trying to trade back, and he buys enough time for the team, but eventually will be brought down by Juicy, already on for the triplet, and it's only Rusia that is left in this round. Got a classic, got the shields, got a paranoia, but Spring is in a tough position to clear, and it's going to be a matter of timing, and they have been timed out by the Viper.
Absolutely perfect timing. Yes, K-Knight deciding that the angle that Sufat BB was hiding in, it looked nice, it looked cozy. Not as stressful whenever there's not Viper walls and, you know, all the utility in the world being rained down upon you. But yeah, that shot from Spring, fortunate wall buying there, and then the timing, again, phenomenal. And I think we had a flash up with a kill feed there. I think Spring, who's your controller, is that 19 and 9? I want 18 and 9. 7 assists. I mean, it's a completely different game. I mean, the Wolves in Pearl all seem to be like fairly close to each other. Yuika was having a bit of an off one. Meanwhile, everyone seems to be popping off for the side of the Wolves.
Yeah, it's exactly what you want to see, and it makes a lot of sense when you consider the first 8 rounds that they got on defense. A lot of those were either the very big anchors or better than okay post plants. Like, I would say the post plants were better than average. They weren't really stellar. It was the fact that they just anchored the sites really well. They got the control of A. They fought the right way for C control back on the other end. Speaking of which, C site pretty much denied from Wolves. And now, gotta work their way back towards A. They can spot the poison orb. It's the sheriff in the hands of YZ. And it's in a good angle. Perhaps where if they just test it, YZ might find the kill, be able to escape. They're closing down the line. He spots them with a util. It's a shot onto Lysor. Some damage onto Juicy as well, but not enough to finish off that kill. And that's going to be a free slide for Wolves. 4-on-4 on the retake. But if you look at the firepower on the other end, that's like a Frenzy, a Ghost, a Sheriff, and a Classic. Not the most optimistic if you're looking to retake.
It's a free gun, though. You can right-click, and that's... We've already seen it from Pearl. Oh my days, Sufat BB not even noticing there. You, Kena, I don't believe, couldn't even see him, but the shot's still finding true. And that's the thing, the double swings whenever you've got that lower buy are absolutely terrifying, and Neff is very much proven that point right. Manages to upgrade to the Bulldog. The timing here from Sufat BB, oh my days, nearly just let himself get shot in the back of the head, but the timing's fine. Nev, never mind. With the 4K, he's absolutely fine. He's got this. Moving on. It's 9-5. What are you doing? What are you doing to me?
I think everybody can agree. This is a crash out from the other end. Like,
my mind completely broke.
Yeah, because you look at that double kill from the two Guardians, it's like, oh, it's gonna go completely okay. Sure, Nev got the Bulldog, but he got the timing. He can be patient, wait for the tap, try to time out the stun, but they just give it away, and Billy, now they are completely back in the game. Wolves won the pistol, but when you lose the second round like that, it puts your entire half at jeopardy, and they're trying as best as they can to bear some fang still in this round, where he got the rifle from one player, the outlaw from the other, but YZ, gotta be careful. They're in the dark cover. They open up the door, but that doesn't really force a whole lot of movement from the rest of Bitty away from the B site. They're keeping their numbers on B. It's 2C, 2B, and it's the right kind of hold. We've seen that crossfire between a Viper and a Neon win rounds on its own, but with an Outlaw, it may not be the best weapon for this job, so that's why I understand why YZ falls back a little bit. They bought themselves the time, fast lane with the Paranoia, but they haven't moved in Madante, and instead, I feel like it's actually better off if they just open the door again and go to B.
I think that's the plan. Obviously, we get to see that vault. We'll have to see if Wolves decide so, but it's difficult when you've got that angle. The smoke dissipates there, and Juicy follows along with it. The stun comes through, the wide swing, but every member, I'd say at least, Spring very much showing that not the only outlaw in town, neither BLG nor Wolves are particularly ones to follow the word of the law. With 21 HP and 33 seconds left, it's unlikely, but I believe.
Well, you can believe, but reality will strike you in the face right there. YZ, getting Bitty back in the game now. You know, losing the pistol, I would have thought, oh, they would have been out of this half, because it would be 10 rounds for Wolves, and then it feels really scary because your margin for error goes down by a lot. But with them losing this round, they have, at least I would assume, saved enough on the side of Wolves where they're going to be able to buy up this round anyways. And there it is. Yeah, it is a buy. It's just the Guardian for Levius, but that does mean that there are still some idiosyncrasies on the other end. Juicy's got only the Bucky because they got the overdrive, and they will be winning to speed up the pace completely. Neva's gotta be careful. They walk out in the line, but luckily enough, Wolves does not actually step up for this time being, and they slow down. They got control of A main, which is a place where Bitty perhaps are considering with the idea of retaking with util.
Yeah, there's no tree control there, but if you do notice towards that mound, you've got YZ essentially just chilling there for free, so that does give BLG a decent bit of information, particularly with all the noise being made. The stuns, the relay bolts, the aftershocks, everything comes through. It's all going to come down to how K-Knight and Juicy play off of this smoke. Obviously, the Bucky should win at this angle. You do see, though, look at this lurk from A. Both members in Spring and Rusia do not want to give this up for free. Nev actually joining in as well. No one's actually on the site for BLG because they're too busy trying to clear out this A site. The TP comes through. The timing is only good for one.
Lysor, big test here. The Bolt comes in clutch, and it's all down to Sufat BB. Trying to hold the angle. They try to go for it, but YZ again will find himself another multi-kill, and that is exactly the kind of round that they needed there on defense to hold on. They broke the buy, and it will be back to a save on the side of Wolves, which does mean that there is a world where Billy actually close out this Lotus as well.
I mean, it was clean. That timing from Spring as well, there was a bit of a mistake, I do want to say, because we've seen, obviously, the util out being held from Neff there whenever Spring had that angle. Little bit of a miscalculation, but YZ at the very least able to prevent too much bleeding from going on. And I really, like, I was maybe not giving all the love, but BLG playing that beautifully. The 3-man lurk towards A, playing off of the time that the spike so comfortably gives them. Speaking of this time that is so comfortably given, Neff continues to actually be the trendsetter, and I want to say the playmaker for BLG.
Yeah, you know, in the IGL, that's game sense right there. Everybody talking about gunplay, that's how you read where the player is through the smoke. And, you know, it works out pretty well for them, because if you look at the side of Billy, not only they've gained the control in A main, they know it's weak weapons on the other end, so with the poison orb, they can just try to buy it for their time, but Juicy is playing for the wraparound. Good read from Levius, who needs to find that kill. Will be able to do so, but unfortunately unable to adjust to the second player on site, which is why I'm scared for YZ. He opened the overdrive, waiting for the sun to come in, but they traded again, staying 1 for 1. Luckily enough, Neff is able to find that kill, and that will make it impossible for Soyfat, especially with that special delivery, to find anything else. Only 2 kills, but there were times where Wolves were making me slightly concerned. I was holding my hand on my heart. It's like, please don't throw it away like that, and thankfully they haven't.
Wolves haven't quite yet, but BLG have managed to just bring these last 3 rounds back off of a commanding performance that has to be said. I mean, Neff has really been the nemesis of the Wolves so far, it has to be said. I mean, we see there the flash was beautiful, the swing very clean, the special delivery, and Rushia the follow-up, the postman to deliver such a package is phenomenal, such that has forced Wolves to take this timeout. Very necessary. You need to stop this bleeding now.
Honestly, I don't think it's just bleeding. I think it is a hemorrhage.
Yeah.
At this rate, because they haven't found any success anywhere, and that's the main problem. Even the round that they went into B, and they had the right read. I was like, okay, Spring is there. As he said, you weren't really that up on the way that they were attempting it from the other side of Billy, but Billy got the right read, and they found a play on Spring from the side of Wolves, and now Wolves are finding themselves in a spot where they're back to square one, back to the same place that we've seen them on the Pearl, where they try to make plays, but you see them burn too much utility early on, that when it comes down to this post plant, or the transition from them getting the site to the setting of the post plant, there's a big advantage in terms of util and numbers for Billy that are just much more prepared for those plays. And right now, we got big ultimates on either end. You got the Pit, you got the Rolling Thunder, and the Overdrive all on the side of Wolves. If you look at the side of Billy, you got the Armageddon, one away from the Rolling Thunder, but you also got the Pit ready from Levius.
Anyone that's a fan of Metal in the chat, get ready, because the Pit opens soon, and you will be invited to it, whether it's both or just a singular one. We'll have to see how it's opted for on the defensive side for BLG. They haven't opted to use it just now, just try and keep it through. The Armageddon actually popped to try and force all members of Wolves into the C site, and when they escape it, it doesn't matter. YZ will not let you escape Armageddon. He will bring it to you. Spring, the last member standing. The Armageddon, the only utility needed to be popped. YZ halfway to that overdrive, and I think it's safe to say he's already playing very much on overdrive.
What do they feed YZ in this Lotus? It's like he truly transformed. Like, this was absolutely fearless. I would say reckless even, but it works out perfectly. They find the lineup, swings for the one more, and leaves Spring now in a 1-on-4 after finding that first kill, which does put them in a spot where an ace clutch is necessary, and with only 20 seconds left to play, feels like Spring is gonna let the seasons pass by. This Lotus is starting to get closer and closer of being a reality of a Billy map. And Spring just hoping to save that one rifle. Of course, as they can tell there, not a lot of money in excess to be saved on the Viper. So just keeping this one gun is going to go a long way in round 19, where Wolves are not going to have the best of economies. But for this Billy play, I really like the setup. It's just that perhaps I was expecting a kill, and then YZ just said, no, we're going to take the whole team down.
Why, very much. The Armageddon didn't get too much. We actually seen the satchel, of course, or yeah, the satchel come through, and the salvo. Sorry, there we go. The satchels is raises, but the salvo come through, picks up one, and then the rest of it was the Armageddon not getting too much value, and YZ very much the fine. I'll do it myself, and proceeds to do exactly that. Not only gets the frags, but puts BLG on an equal footing, and it's even. And with that, they're actually kind of bringing out the. It's a game and it's the highest level, but no matter how high level you are, this is cheese, and I don't want to hear anyone else say anything else.
It is area denial. Okay, this is suppressing fire.
Cheese.
Okay, fair. Look, as much as I can try to justify it, very little can be said here for that play for Bilibili, other than they've gained control where they want to. They've got a lot of control on C. When you look at Rusia there, they're taking control of Mound. They know where the play is, and they basically just burned an Armageddon for nothing because Bilibili wants to play on that retake on that A site. They at least will keep one angle, which is this drop, but they've invited Juicy for some pressure, who will not be able to find the kill. Yuikao on the other end will be able to take down K-Knight, and Bilibili are starting to be ripped apart one by one. They fall, but YZ is going to stop that momentum on that one side. Juicy out in the open, another kill to be found by the Neon, and YZ looking to find something in backside there, but Yuikao with a hat-trick, and that will be double digits for Wolves.
Yuikao needed to come online there, and some of those shots were very difficult for him to land, but I'm showing that Pearl was very much a kind of one-off, just, okay, that was a warm-up, make sure the keyboard and the mouse, everything's all working, plugged in correctly, because the rest of this was pretty damn solid. The aftershock as well coming through to make sure that anyone trying to come through that little dip is not going to walk away, and Juicy following it up. That's the momentum you want to see, that's the excitement, that's the energy that they need, and it's enough to put BLG into a timeout.
Yeah, and of course for Bilibili, this is right about time where they want to do that. You know, it's 2 rounds now on this half where Wolves have found, remember, they found the pistol. They've been frozen ever since the pistol to now a 1-round deficit between the two teams. And if you're on the side of Bilibili, you know, you still are happy about this half, but you just want to close it out because, you know, you've shut down an important round. You've won the eco round there after the pistol. And if it continues to be like that, it should be good happenings for Bilibili. A lot of ultimates were invested. They played for the retake. It didn't work out, Medante. So perhaps the other option is just to play retake on C, because I feel C retakes are much easier, not just to set up, but also to execute.
It purely does come down to if BLG can keep control of the rest of the map to kind of funnel Wolves onto C, because we've seen it now a few times where, honestly, BLG have done such an effective method of kind of keeping the Wolves out of C that Wolves, with that A kind of conversion that we just seen, the Wolves seem to be getting the hint that, okay, if you don't want us on C, we're not going to go to C. And we see them kind of stack towards it. Now, if I say C one more time, I'm going to start having to say the rest of the alphabet. But at the very least, going towards B and towards that C site. And in fact, BLG actually trying to make sure that you're not covering that A site. You're not allowed to even consider it by just already joining you in the spawn. And of course now, with one member in Rusia to try and delay, surviving the Rolling Thunder, the utility is everywhere. Juicy has no clue where he is. He knows he's on the site somewhere. But Levius going to try and already rotate. And with that, we've seen it before.
Oh.
So, no, don't do it again! Just get the... Thank you. Anyway, moving on.
Okay, so I still got that one though. And that leaves it in a 3-on-3. Spike is not down. They got the pit, which does actually dissuade them heavily from going for the full plant because they're worried about Bilibili pushing up aggressively on the pillar. 45 seconds left to play. They're going for the spike here. They're going to stick it out completely. Levius can't find a shot on one end, but the Rolling Thunder doesn't really find a lot of connection on the other one. Utility is running very low on the side of BLG. K-Knight still got the special delivery, and it's going to be a big tool in this round, I feel. They just need to use it in the right timing. Speaking of which, timing is everything, and Wolves will find those two. Both Levius and Neff with no chances. Just K-Knight now in a 1-on-2. Very little health, just a single shot is going to be enough, and Juicy will find that right connection, and Wolves are now really within touching distance of winning their own map pick and us having a real lower final in our hands.
A real set indeed, a real pair indeed. And speaking of a pair, these frags in Yui and Yuikao, and of course Juicy. Yeah, that timing just, I mean, it could have been made in half a second or less. We would have possibly seen a 10-10 equalize. Now we actually see what way to equalize than put YZ on the operator, get the overdrive as well online. Super aggressive attempt at a defense from Russia, immediately getting shut down. K-Knight actually losing some HP on towards that A site. It was, I believe, the decay. No, some of it is permanent, so a bit stuck. But meanwhile, this C aggression already coming through, and Russia shutting it right back down.
And necessary there from Russia. On the anchors, they've bought a lot of times, but he hasn't found a lot of frags. So for them to do that will change the equation for the Wolves, who have used a lot of their util there, as you can tell. Like Yuikao, both stuns and the aftershock. Sorry, both flashes rather than the aftershock. Soyfat has nothing back into that one, but Yuikao is still able to shoot out Ness. That brings back the numbers 4 on 3, but they still haven't gotten an inch of space. And if Russia continues to anchor well, they might think twice before hitting the C site, and they will do that when Levius is ready.
So far, only one thought. The stun comes through. The salvo as well finds one. Russia eventually does go down. Spring walks around the salvo with K-Knight at half HP. The Viper's Pit is online, but the spike, as far away as it was, does give BLG time for this rotate. 30 seconds left. YZ does have the AWP online. The orb coming through. Spring, no concern, no fear. Happy to stick that down. Manages to hit, takes the special delivery, and that's enough for the overdrive to get. But the stun doesn't matter, and the shot, K-Knight, I believe, limbo dancing. The crouch was so pivotal to just, I believe, Spring gave him a new haircut.
And they needed that round. It was going to be match point for Wolves if they won that, and they've done everything right on the initial phase. It was just those other kills in the second exec, because the first one was great from Russia. That one was a little bit of a weird giveaway though from them. You know, you being the team captain, you wouldn't expect that to happen, but then Spring, as he said, if it wasn't for that crouch, perhaps they would have found that clutch. No chance though for Wolves, and they still need to keep fighting. It's double digits now for Bitty Bitty. A 1 round difference, but ultimates is where it's all lying for the side of Wolves. So they get a fight, they got the pit, and they got the overdrive for Juicy to just step up in terms of pace. So that's why I like seeing BLG stepping up as well, trying to take the fights, not letting them get the space necessary to actually set up a fast-paced play for the Neon.
Why would you let them get the space? That is the thing you cannot afford to. And now we're back on this A site. The fast lane and everything is a little bit of a bait. Comes through, the Armageddon actually falls, but that one little corner is enough for every member of the Wolves to kind of hang out, talk about their day, see how everything is. It's a beautiful jump shot, and nearly an equally, if not more, beautiful flick. Doesn't quite land, and now that operator, they know it's online. Juicy pops the overdrive, comes through. The utility though, the stuns, the special delivery, everything to try and slow him down, to give the space control. It's a trade either way. The links come through. YZ with the AWP is absolutely beautiful. Neff is a trap that just opens up and swallows 2 members of Wolves. It's now Yuikao in this 1 versus 3.
Spotted by the drone. They know where they are. A missed shot from the AWP, but the rifle is going to be enough. And that is going to be a tie game now. 11-all that we have, Melante. And it puts the game at a hair's width, really. When you look at everything that this game has been going on for Wolves, they've had a very good first half, but this second half is where they've really let us down. Both teams very good on defense, but perhaps their attacks, I would actually take it more to counter-stratting than actually bad play, because I feel like the play on the attack is okay from both teams. It is very apparent that the anti-stratting hours have been put in by the coaches. And now for Wolves, they are playing for the round that will be the match point for Bitty Bitty, and as you can tell, the best weapon that they have in this round is a mere stinger. So it's gonna be a tough round to play, but perhaps they've invited too much pressure on themselves in the C slide here. YZ holding the angle with the AWP, the rest of the players coming in from Mount. Russia, fortunately for themselves, able to stay safe with that Shrouded Step, but they've let away the mount control now to Wolves.
Oh yeah, that A control, very, very comfortable, but honestly, BLG have been really controlling on that A site. It's been really scary for Wolves whenever they're forced onto that site, and it looks like they kind of are. Yeah, again, it's very delayed, and We see a full rotate coming through from both teams, but let's face it, Spring hasn't actually gathered that much information nor space, and because of it, they are able to get tree control, but the rotates have basically already came out. It comes down to this timing from Spring and K-Knight. Is K-Knight going to take his close right? He doesn't, and the shot comes through. Viper Orb gets dropped, and the pick can come online. Should have come through. In fact, the shorty from YZ is actually enough. It could have been enough for Spring, but instead, it's going to be a catastrophe for them. The op still online. Nuikao facing the brunt of it as one member in Siu Fat BB has a stinger. Only so many bullets, only so little time, and Russia is cutting that a bit shorty.
Yeah, shortly there with that triple kill to be found. Match point for the side of Bilibili Gaming. Wolves almost got there, despite how weak their buy was. You know, I would have to say, Bilibili perhaps got too overconfident with them having the firepower advantage. It invited a lot of pressure from Wolves initially towards C, which opened up the space in the A site, which led to it being that close on the exec, but it was a beautiful shot from YZ. A lot of confidence from Russia as well to be as calm as they have been in that kind of sequence, which does put Bilibili one round away. The final chance for Wolves to force that OT, and they're still playing that exact same style. They've been winning for most of their rounds. Aggressive on the A side. YZ though beats them to the timing. Might find the multi-kill. Fortunately enough for them, they have not been shot back to the smoke, but it's another trade. Neff goes down. No more that they will have that breach, but either will go Spring, and that leaves a 2-on-4. Yuikao and Soyfat, the two players that really you would be asking a lot out of on the side of Wolves. Now, those two are left in a situation where they will need to clutch it. Otherwise, Bilibili will be forcing them to face elimination on the Icebox.
It cannot get much colder than that. If you have been wanting to warm up, you cannot let it really get to this Icebox in a 2-0. Icebox is a terrifying prospect. There's 45 seconds. The game suddenly slows to a crawl. Members of Wolves playing this very tentatively. We actually see even there, just all the way back, Russia in his own spawn in that corner, just to make sure that there's no super delay swings that's going to come down. YZ has been phenomenal. He's going to go down actually, but that does give all the information you need to turn around, Wolves, and you need to turn around now. Two members are waiting there, and that's enough for one. K-Knight is going to swing and bring you down to his level and bring you down 0-2 in this series.
A history might be made. Bilibili scaling earlier in the season now off of stage 1, making it to a Masters event. 1,500 kills totally for the operator in the VCT China, and Wolves facing elimination now, losing their own map pick with Ante, and for the second time, an equally similar score. Of course, this one made it all the way to the end. 13-11, all 24 rounds of regulation have been played, but both teams, I feel like both attacks have been completely lackluster. I would say a part of it, yes, is down to better reading from both teams and then having tape onto each other. But individually speaking, the level of play on the attack just hasn't been the best from either of those two duelists, whether I'm talking YZ or Juicy. I feel like their attacking sides hasn't been as good as it traditionally has been.
Lotus is a difficult map to attack on. I would have to 100% agree with you that just there was no adaptation. I want to say it's probably the easiest way to put it. We'd started to see that the fast aggression would work, and then we would see the kind of workaround, the defense would suddenly start to read it, and then that was really it. The minute the fast aggression stopped working, we've seen both teams kind of get concerned, start kind of getting hesitant to push through, you know, less belief in their play, or if they did believe in their play, they were walking into a trap. Again, both teams had that reliability, they had that understanding, okay, if you're going to play it fast. I mean, look at this that we see from YZ and such, you know, if you're going to play it fast, we're just going to play it faster. And it just created that, at the end of the day, whenever you've got, you know, those 24 regulation rounds and that 1% win rate differential, just happened to go the way of BLG.
Yeah, it did happen to go their way. Both teams good on the defense, of course, as we've said, but it was really YZ that, especially more so on the defense than the attack, that was completely impressive. 313 ACS, that is 190 damage per round and 6 first bloods. So as you can tell, you know, this is a much better game for Bilibili, but again, it's going to be And that's really going to be the big part of me. Attacks on both teams, both on Pearl and this Lotus, has been underwhelming, as you can tell. A lot of those kills are actually on fairly defensive positions. A lot of those, especially on the C side, feel like they're much more tailored for the post plants than they were for the plants themselves, or rather the aggressive play themselves.
And I think it's so obvious to say, but this is, what you really want to see, that for the most part, the players are happy to kind of regress, pull back, give themselves that defensive edge. There was a couple times we had seen that aggressive defense come through, YZ and everything swinging through immediately from doors, but for the most part, yeah, just that little bit of extra control. And we see, the kill feeds are looking very solid, very equal, but when you've got Spring on that 27-18 versus, Levius on that 13 and 17, you'd mentioned the duelists kind of coming out. YZ, absolutely, this was his server.
Yeah, and while you look at this game, though, it's a very different tale in terms of First Blood. And I feel like this is where Billy really have actually found their lead, especially on the defensive side. 15 First Bloods to 9. It's such a big ground. And the one thing is, while the ratio is equal, it's 50% success in post plants, it's 4 in comparison of 3. And when you consider this is the 2-round difference between these two teams at the end, it makes sense that, that one post plant probably was their real difference maker for Billy in that one. And now Wolves are put down 0-2. Not their map pick. They aren't really historically the best on Icebox. Billy individually very good on the map. And what do we expect here? Are they just gonna lie down, just take it away? They're just gonna say, okay, that's enough, guys, we just concede?
Ladies and gentlemen, fingers crossed for the big reverse sweep, because I don't want this to be a 3-0. I want at the very least all the predictions to be somewhat right and have them be 3-1s, because at least that means we do just get a bit more Valorant. But so far, Billy look very controlled, very patient, and they're able to match Wolves just that pace, that blow for blow mentality. Wolves want to slow down. Billy are happy to meet them, even if it takes them a couple of rounds to do so. But ladies and gentlemen, while they get set up for what could be the last game of the semi-finals, we are going to just take another quick break for 4 or 5 minutes or so, and then we will be back for again be the last match. I hope it's not, but it absolutely could be. So please do not go anywhere other than grab yourself a drink. We'll be right back. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, to what could very much be the final match of the best of three between BLG and Wolves. Myself, Mad Dante, joining me again. My man Volts, and yeah, it's been a wild series thus far, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a little bit all over the place, and don't let the scoreline deceive you. Sure, it is 2-0 Billy, but it has been a very difficult game for them. It's 13-11 to get it across the finish line here on this Lotus. It was 14-12 last time that they played, by the way. So it is always very close between them on that Lotus. The Pearl, though, is the one that was a little bit more expected, you know, like 13-9. Billy got that as well. But I was speaking about that earlier. Now that Wolves haven't actually won a map, suddenly they're playing an Icebox where they need to win. And unfortunately for me, I just don't really favor Wolves. I don't rate them as highly on Icebox as much as I rate the other teams. Like I would say this. I think the Titans can win against Wolves on Icebox, and that can tell you like that's how little I have faith in them. Yeah. Not anything against Titans though. Titans are great on Icebox.
I wanted to give you space to clarify that statement before there was an absolute war that started either on Twitter or in the Twitch
but honestly
chat.
though, Madante, like Titans aren't a good team. They're just 5 aimers that can absolutely trash anyone in a given day, and that's why Icebox works for them.
That's why Icebox works for anyone. It's a terrifying map that doesn't even really have sights. It has a mid and maybe an eh. It's not much of an A, it's more of an eh. Like that's the level of sight that you've gotten towards Icebox, because B site doesn't really get touched, and you know A site is just so difficult to really get that space onto that yeah, you want to just take those really aggressive, scrappy fights, those really, you know, big clusters of utility and guns, which we actually seen Lotus start to devolve into, particularly in those last few rounds. So if that's Lotus, which is I think the biggest map we have in the pool, it will be once Fracture leaves at least, but turned into that, Icebox, which is tiny and cramped and awkward, is going to be so ridiculously scrappy.
Yeah.
All Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, I mean, they did win against Titan, to be honest. To be fair, like, to be fair to Wolves, they did win against Titans last time around. It was 13-10, though. So it was a very close game between the two teams, and I would just have to say, like, a lot of the pleasure was really from the side of Wolves, was actually on that Icebox. When I think about it, I think it was Juicy just completely running rampant in the server. I don't know if that's going to be the case this time around, but they really need Juicy in this game. I feel like that's going to be the big aspect here. If Juicy's online, it's a very different game. We usually see them play the Jet, which is something that I'm interested in because some teams does actually prefer playing other duelists, but it does seem like both teams are set on the Jet. YZ pretty much comfortable on it, but the Harbor is going to be the difference maker here. I said it. I'm gonna stand by it, Marante. This pick is trash.
I'm popping off. I don't care. Look, like 100%. Like, okay, yes. Harbor does really struggle, but what I really do like from BLG picking the Harbor is they're essentially telling Wolves that not only are we so confident that we're going to get onto site to plant, you are going to struggle to stop it because the Cove... we may actually just have to run through Harbor's abilities for people because they just aren't used to what Harbor has. So very quickly, he's got a fancy, much longer Phoenix wall combined with a fast lane that kind of swims through the map in a way that cuts off. The angles are phenomenal. It slows you whenever you go into it. You've got Cove, takes about 15 bullets to break, is essentially a bulletproof shield, a big orb that pops through. It's very great for stop and plant. Utility can go through it, which I'm not going to lie, I think might change. I think they might buff Cove so that it also blocks utility because that prevents like line-up shenanigans, molly stopping you from the post-plant, those things. So we might see that.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I think about Harbor, though, that's the one thing that I feel about it, is that how good is the ultimate, really? Like, that's the main thing. Like, I look at Harbor, I'm like, okay, you know, the Cascade is good. The Cove, pretty much the saving grace for the whole character. Yeah. But when you think about the Reckoning, like, sometimes it works wonders, other times it doesn't really matter. Anywho, it will not matter if Bitty are still able to find a way to emerge victorious. This is elimination looming for Wolves. They start on the attack side, and they will need to win this game to put us through the Haven, and perhaps, if they want to have the reverse sweep, there's still an ascent to be played.
Oh, yes, indeed. We lost Split, we lost Fire. Speaking of follow the leader, ladies and gentlemen, the tube is collapsing through, but it's the first member to fall is actually Rusia Spring, managing to get that first frag. A super aggressive defense from BLG, which isn't too surprising. I mean, they've got the Sova and everything. We didn't really get a chance to talk too much about the comp. It's a pretty standard issue for the most part, other than that. And we are actually seeing the fact that BLG have not opted for the Techo, which is wild because that is going to make their post plants or just even any sort of area denial that bit more difficult. Yellow not actually being covered, and because of that, Neff just steps out and takes 2, make it 3.
Well, that's an answer at least there, Madante. They're able to find one. YZ, good on the answer, good on the duel, and kinda stops the other end from finding anything better than that. It's a double from YZ, and really, for one more time, we just have to say complacency for on the side of Wolves there after finding the opener.
Yeah, no, it really doesn't. I mean, like, that was, like, it was a very big fight, but the fact that no one was ready for Yellow, I mean, I know Icebox hasn't been ran in a while and people haven't really been enjoying it. That is, I'm sorry, that must have been a leg shot. I don't understand how that translates to a headshot, but anyway, does not matter as a BLG very comfortable, and again, still 50% on with that for the pistol win rate. So Wolves not really expected to have the advantage or disadvantage here. It's just like the draw. And look how aggressive BLG are. They've already got control of pipes. They're going for the ult orbs as fast as possible. Get the Sova, the Hunter's Fury all online, ready to go. And now they're happy to back up the Teto. The Salvo gets followed. Juicy just follows as Wizzy swings. The double swing at least does shut it down, and now K-Knight trying his best with the shock darts to shut it down. But meanwhile, Rusia in this other box is preventing the push coming through in any capacity.
Yeah, good work there on the Cascades, of course. Good timing from them. Another one from K-Knight onto Lysor. Does leave Yuikao and Soyfat. Not really a lot of chances. The other one is spotted. Soyfat is handled, and Yuikao running the angle. And much as they are trying to run away, he just will be found there by Lulu. And that's 2 from BLG. Good and clean work. And for the side of Wolves, they better hope that their gun round is better than those 2.
I mean, you mentioned running away. I think the only running away that could potentially be successful is BLG. At the moment, just finding this. I mean, look at that. You would think that, you know, BLG really enjoy Icebox, which I don't think is the case for any team that plays it. It's very much a kind of last resort-y style map, especially because you know, Fracture or Split, you would fairly commonly see them above. It's just this particular two teams can't really deal with that Fracture or that Split dependent. Now we see Neff again trying to keep this control, trying to keep this hold, and it's all a big, massive bait. There's no salvo that's came through, nothing stopping it just yet. The orb gets tapped, and the pinstripe begins.
I'll do it for 2 now. K-Knight finding the answer, leaving Spring and Lysor. They're trying to work their way in. A good angle there from Spring, but that means that they haven't actually found YZ on the angle, who primes their tailwind, goes for the swing, finds the kill, ready for the next. The answer seems to be a no, so Spring got the B site. At the very least, there is a chance to plan the spike, but instead, they look for the duel. They really would rather win the round here. It is a workable 1v2, but Levius leaving K-Knight alone. Scaling up the kitchen. Spring anticipates that one, but a little bit early. It's 40 seconds on the timer, and they haven't really been presented an individual duel yet. They're trying to find a one-on-one, but K-Knight pretty happy with letting the time run out. 30 seconds left. They make their way in. They pop their head. They know where the Viper is now. So it should be pretty easy work for Levius just to go and swing. It's final 20 seconds, and they will need to find the spike plant. There it is. And that basically prompts the rotation. They're going to be trying to play it together. But when the wall goes down, they give them a chance, and Spring is going to spray them both down.
Oh, yes, Spring. That is what you want to see. The king maybe back has returned, ladies and gentlemen. That play. I mean, you want to talk about play. YZ here just consistently trying to keep this angle. Gets 3 from it alone. Doesn't realize you had mentioned hold the position for Spring. And this, the complacency. I don't think K-Knight had any expectation that when that wall fell, there would be one man standing behind it. And that is Spring to very much Spring BLG into an early grave and potentially Spring Wolves right back into this.
That's a big one there for Wolves. They needed a round to win. Now we're back in business. No YZ. Got the blades. Outlaw as well. When you look at the other end, Yui Kao does have light shield. Same can be said for Soifat. So there is, of course, a world where they can try to speed their way into that B side. As he said, you know, it's the harder side to approach though, and Lysol right now trying to hold the aggression, but that aggression doesn't actually span further than the side itself. You just get the information, and now they will need to be careful on the B side. Neff knows that it is not A, but mid is a problem, and Rushi is able to handle it.
No concerns at all. Rushi the first to fall when the tube swing kind of came through, but that's all it was. Meanwhile, all the rest of the utilities being popped. We see Gecko, the dizziest, thrown out from Yuko, and we didn't actually even talk about the Gecko pick very much. You know, basically does mean the spike can be planted, not necessarily for free. Speaking of free though, Lysor this lurk up through, but Rusia is going to shut it down as fast as it comes. The Reckoning now also coming through. Lysor shutting that down a little bit as well, and now Yuko 1 versus 3, no utility left. It's all down to the gunplay here in the position, and there's the flank from YZ. It's going to shut it down. That spike's getting diffused. 3-1 for BLG.
Yeah, good work there from Bitty. Wolves, of course, got themselves into the site, and when they got the first kill on mid, there was a real chance back. Like, sure, you know, Rusia found that kill, but then the answer from Lysor was good. It was just down to whether or not they're going to make it work, but I'm just going to take it back, you know? The Harbor is working, but I will also stand my ground. It's not working because the Harbor is good. It's just working because Rusia is fragging out in this game.
I mean, yeah, Rusia has been an absolute dominant force for BLG in all 3 of these games, or 2 of the last games. Seems no sign of stopping right now as BLG just continue to walk away, and Wolves really struggling for their economy here. And it seems so far that the predictions from everyone may have been actually a little bit too lenient towards the Wolves again. But they were expecting 3-1, and if BLG continue up with this momentum, with this pace, they may not even get that 1 on the board. All to Neff to protect this B site, but really all you need on this B site is even if the Wolves do manage to get this space and control, it's only Sheriffs, and we've seen them do some great work before. They'll have to do some phenomenal work to keep it going.
The plan, but those Sheriffs are being put into positions where they can make a lot of menace. Again, no attention, and it's gonna be a double from Juicy. Exactly what they needed to clear back Scythe. Neff clears the fight itself, out of bullets on the Vandal, and that will leave a chance for Yui to strike back. YZ in a 1-on-2. Needs to find a kill here because their teammate are starting to span in, but the backstab might come at the right time. Lysor left in a 1-on-1. Still with the Sheriff in hand. Closing up the distance. Trying to recover a gun, but they've been figured out by the Nano Swarm. In the corner here, and it's gonna be a matter of time. 25 seconds left. Lysor has got to make a move. They're trying to look at the other side of Veto, but they will need to get the spike and eventually go for the plant. So I don't know if Levius White Swinging is a smart idea, and they will pay for their transgression. Wolves to steal away another clutch and to steal away another thrifty.
Stand up, ladies and gentlemen. At attention, you must be. The Wolves are not quite down yet. Phenomenal play from Juicy. Meanwhile, though, we do see Neff equally Tiki play, just surviving around that yellow the whole time. The shots there are a little bit scary, but Lysor managing to win the KJ Ditto. And instead now, because of that, Wolves have put a second round on the board for them. The ultimates very much online for them as well. The economy still okay for BLG, especially if you've got YZ on that Blade Storm, so not too much of a concern for them yet. It very much comes down to this A push, but speaking of a push already, look who's in your backline, look who's basically in your spawn.
F not only got the right angle, if they got the patience, they might even have a multi-kill there. Will they clear the first angle though? That's the real question, because we've spoken about Wolves and sometimes how they are complacent. This time, they're ready for a peek, but they line up for Neff, and he is going to find a pair. Yui Cal able to trade, but it doesn't really bode well for Wolves. Perhaps Spring might return the favor, but even then, they should be detected by the sentry.
So the Cascade Lysor having to essentially moonwalk his way all the way away from it, and Spring trying to find the time, and Levius though not going to let him get away with that. The map control very much in BLG's favor. However, actually has essentially forced out a full rotate, giving a little bit of space for the side of Wolves, but with only 16 HP on the side of Yui, you've got plenty of utility to work with. Both Nano Swarms still online, every piece of Gecko utility, including the ultimate, but 24 seconds left just as the spike gets planted. BLG, I think, have the read now, and the Dizzy gets thrown to try and clear any space, but YZ, the timing's perfect. The wingman doesn't even get the plant, actually, and they know exactly where Yui is. This is going to crumble before him, unless for some reason, if you get all members of BLG swinging in this last 4 seconds, which you did, but they didn't quite line up the way you would hope.
Yeah, and it's an important one for Bitty Bitty because Wolves were starting to build some momentum of their own. And the timing there from Neff was just everything at the start of the round. If they hadn't found that double kill, perhaps the round would have been completely different. It basically forced Spring into a desperation where they needed to find some space, they needed to find something, and that basically gave away a free kill to Levius there. And they've been able to capitalize well. It's 4 for Bitty Bitty, and despite the rounds where Wolves were able to contend, now you can tell their economy is broken, but they do have ultimates. So if the one rifle in the hands of Lysor is able to find something, it's going to be a big problem for the rest of the team. And speaking of the devil, first kill in YZ is already out of commission.
He shall appear, but Rusha is really truly the devil right now, and that from Sufak couldn't have been a more misguided attempt. Unfortunately, the falling accuracy with the right click is not going to be enough, and instead, not only does he fall, Sufak falls with him indeed. And what was initially an over-aggressive peak from YZ, it was solid to give the space and the positioning, but like that was enough all of a sudden for BLG to work off of it. Initially looked over-aggressive, but instead very much a controlling angle to go. Juicy finds K-Knight, Spring just picking up the spike, but with 45 seconds left and basically all the space in the world to work with if you're BLG, pretty damn confident and a lot to do for the Wolves.
Well, Juicy trying to find the first step in that machine. First good shot there, no trace coming in, and Juicy perhaps having a second chance as the player has screens. Fortunately enough for them, they're able to pull off one final dagger for Juicy. K-Knight finding that kill, and leaves just the duelist who starts off the clutch well, but K-Knight is going to shut it down. That's 5 for Bitty. And it looks like for Wolves, their hopes are dwindling bit by bit, Madante. They haven't really been able to find the way back into this round. But the good thing is, they haven't really invested that many ultimates in it either.
You gotta really think about those ultimates as well as they come online bit by bit. But Rusia basically have this Reckoning. That'll already be twice in 7 rounds online, and Reckoning, I believe it's like it's an 8-point ultimate. It's not exactly the cheapest, and it is going to force Wolves to discuss in this timeout what they can potentially bring out here. What if their ultimates can even really make a difference, because honestly they're not getting the space to use things like the Viper's Pit. And at that point, if you're needing to sacrifice the ultimates to get that space, to get those initial positions, that's all well and good if you're BLG, because great, you get to use it for 1 round, and then you're right back to the same issue.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, as he said, like, yeah, you're going to go back to the same issue if you're not able to use the ultimates. But when you look at the composition of Wolves, they have the ultimates to play around that second Reckoning. They can definitely try to play around the timing. They can stagger their ultimates so they don't use it all at one go, and that should be enough to handle Rusia's Reckoning, who, if I remember correctly, actually is only 7 points. Perhaps I'm mistaken, but I think that was the last set of changes that happened on that side. But speaking of which, Levius is only 1 away from their own lockdown. They got the Pit, and they got the Hunter's Fury. And I am assuming that this Hunter's Fury is going to be kept as a counterplay to when they try to use the lockdown from the other side there on attack that is also ready for Lysol.
It's very much a back and forth. Feels more like, you know, your Sova Killjoy days, which we haven't actually seen too much in a while. The Hunter's Fury online for K-Knight, as Lysor, as you said, is going to drop the lockdown. Lysor kind of all the way, or leaning more towards that kitchen side, or K-Knight, sorry, leaning more towards that kitchen side. So no Hunter's Fury coming through right now. The spike still though taking a second to go down. Viper's Pit absolutely gets popped as well. Should be coming online any moment now. The Silver Drone, K-Knight trying to get this back line. The Reckoning as well that we had mentioned. Armageddon falling to try and buy as much time. Meanwhile, Thrash goes out to try and clear out screens, clear out the top, but Levius, for one, getting immediately shut back down, and with the utility all being burst fired as fast, as quickly as possible. And with everyone lurking in it, and all 3 members of BLG, the sides actually swapped. They seem pretty happy. Give up. You know what? Take the round. We've got a lot more we can work with.
Yeah, they had a lot of crucial losses there on the side of Bitty. More so than anything, just Levius dying that early. Neff couldn't get in to use a counter pit, which probably just told them, yeah, that's pretty much enough in this round. YZ find a good kill, but they need to keep their numbers around them, because those 3 rifles, if they're kept together, they're enough for an extra buy without a lot of strain on the economy. And that they do, but that also drives Wolves back in the game. It's off the back of a good timeout. They got the read. It was a gamble stack for the side of Bitty towards the B site, and that didn't pan out. And it was that early peek there from Neff that perhaps I feel like came as an answer to them using the Armageddon, because they perhaps anticipated more focus from Wolves actually to the push back from A main, but that doesn't seem to be the case. They knew their goal, they knew their objective, and now they have a new plan, which does seem to be the focal point of playing towards mid. I don't know if they want to commit to kitchen though. I feel like just a cross down to orange is probably a smarter play.
We'll have to see how they run it down, because at the moment you've got that 3 stack basically all towards yellow, the rest of the space being given up. The Silver Drone comes through, the oil drone trying to get through the window. Unfortunately, it is a little bit difficult to operate. Maybe we are going to see K-Knight retake his license, and we're going to have to see Spring retake Levius's head. A phenomenal initial frag. No Killjoy utility to worry about now. And with this lurk from Lysor trying to, you know, get any sort of visual towards the A site, we know it's completely free, and it looks like Wolves are starting to get the hint as well, with only Spring lurking towards this mid to hear the rotates. Spike is going to be going down very shortly. You see the amount of util being popped for no one on the site as this post-plant scenario begins.
Yeah, but this time Bitty starts off a lot better. The opener from K-Knight still got the Hunter's Fury, trying to close up the amount of spaces that they can play on that lower side. The reveal doesn't really spot a lot of information. K-Knight is going to be careful. Trade on the rafters. And that leaves a chance for the Harbor to put the high tide and open up extra space for their team, but a spray down is on the money. Unfortunately for them, the high tide does not go high enough to cover the spike for the defuse, and it is just YZ in this round, probably hunting for exits, and even then will be shot back. They have to leave the site. The one rifle left alive, the one player remaining alive for the side of Bilibili, as Wolves have closed down the gap, Medante. Just the one round now between those two teams, and perhaps for Bilibili, maybe this is a time for their own timeout to just try to find an answer again.
Yeah, and it's all kind of on the back of Lysor there. Those shots were phenomenal, it has to be said. Sufat BB has not really been fighting in the space right now. We want to talk about, you know, K-Knight's position in there on that tube. The timing for Spring just unfortunate, and now we get to see that's one. The second pickup not too much later after that. That's what you need if you are, and it looks like that is enough actually. VLG maybe a bit concerned. They have exactly faulty. You've called it in one. That is enough to stick them right into their own timeout.
Yeah, and not just because I feel like there was a very big lapse in concentration there from the team as a whole. Perhaps they anticipated the high tide to actually be on top of 410 instead of covering both the pipes and the heaven position for the attackers. They didn't go, they actually thought that it was covering the 410 position, but it wasn't. And then they allowed themselves a couple of easy duels that maybe they didn't have the read on. And that's the problem of just integrating a harbor into your comp, is that the way that those walls and the smokes function are very different to a lot of the other sets of smokes and walls. You know, it's not a line, it's kind of a curvature, as you said, but that curve didn't really work that well for them in this round. And now the gap is down to a single round, Medante, and they still got the buy. It's not the best though, but the good thing for Bilibili is that they've kept those powerful ultimates still in play. They still got the Hunter's Fury, they still got the lockdown, but if they don't use it now, even if they use it now, I don't know if they have enough time to regenerate them. I feel like if they used them early, they might have had a chance to use them at round 11 or 12. But by now, they just need to keep them for sure the time that they're going to have the maximum value out of them.
There's no real build-up. You had mentioned, actually, very good point, Reckoning is 7 ults, so that was a misinformation on me. Again, spreading misinformation over the internet, something I do tend to do, in fact. Consider myself a slight professional at it. But moving on, at the meantime, we actually see it's a full commit, honestly, towards this B through mid, and we've got that because of it now. The timing from Spring, I don't think he actually seen he should hear the drop. Yeah, he does, okay. Gets the timing on the Levius with that, that's good enough. The control very much came through here. That lurk as well from Sufat BB is maybe enough to stop Neff being a complete pain in the backside. Dances around the Viper wall, will fall. Lysor's control into mid as well. The lurks have been phenomenal. The shots have been confident. And just as quickly as that round began, Wolves have ended it.
Yeah, you know, Wolves got the right timing of most of those peaks. They just had continuous attack from multiple angles. Whether it is the lurk from kitchen, the move through orange, that initial duel that they won, really, all of it worked really well. I feel like Spring there caught an excellent timing, and that pretty much cascaded all the players from Bilibili trying to find a trade, putting themselves in bad positions where perhaps they weren't aware of the answer, and for them, the timeout doesn't work as well, but they still get another buy. But they will really need to find success right now, because they've used the Hunter's Fury, they haven't found a lot of value, they still got the lockdown on a retake. And maybe that needs to be their game plan. Just be extra passive, play for the retakes, don't even really overwork yourself in rounds like these. But that leaves a lot of space for Wolves, and they will exploit towards the B site. They've got the control, and perhaps they will even get the spike plant without any answers on the other end.
Yeah, honestly, I was a bit surprised, like, for those answers that we're building. You know, Lysor's been sitting here, oh, absolutely, been trying to lurk through to keep the rest of his team backed up. But what that's meant is, he might not be able to get his lockdown online before it starts. And speaking of going online, Spring is good for 3! A phenomenal... Oh! Find Levius through the tube, no concerns at all. Meanwhile, the pit is on that B site, but the rest of the Dream of Wolves have been told the pack returned to A site, and the BLG have been returned to dust. Phenomenal shooting, all on the back of a beautiful spring day.
Where was that Wolves though for the first 2 maps? I don't know, but this Spring has been showing up for the entirety of the series, and they certainly deserve a highlight like that. And that pretty much put Wolves in the position that they needed. You know, 6 rounds on attack, pretty much should be a 7th. You look at the buy, it's Guardians. They've lost most of their ultimates. The only thing that they really still have is that lockdown, and it doesn't seem like they have a read on how to use the lockdown even on the side of Billy. I said that they perhaps should have had a good read on this Icebox, but so far it's a very different approach, and Wolves actually find themselves in a better position. Perhaps at the end of this first half, the swing there from Rusia could have found a kill, but they elect to be safe. And that does mean that Spring might have a chance to find another impressive round there. Neff couldn't really find the third shot. 20 HP left on Spring. The trade attempt is coming in, but YZ spotted there by the drone, and we'll have to back up.
This is really risky. I don't like Spring's positioning here. It does work out, but if in any way he falls, then all of a sudden the Viper's Pit not only falls to the afterlife, it falls out of this half with no value. Juicy fires the op, doesn't get the shot left. Doesn't actually get the shot on the K-Knight either. 2 misses that are pretty big. They are not playing around this Viper's Pit at all. Spring, I like the attempt, you know, making sure that position's being kept and safe, but at the end of the day, you've lost such a pivotal piece of utility, and now Rusia and K-Knight may very well punish you enough. The shorty comes through, the Blaze-Storm's pop. K-Knight, no concern about punishing that at all. No fears to the knives.
Oh, no.
The shot comes through the wall. Sufat BB, if there's one time you need to show up, if there's one thing you need to do, it's right now to try and get the 7-5. Manages to stay away from the lockdown, but with only 15 seconds left, the spike on top of 410. It's going to come down to this engagement. K-Knight's in the window, finds his head, and unfortunately makes him very much dead.
Yeah, thankfully Levius, even from the grave, still got the lockdown put down, so it was good for Billy to able to answer that round, and much like last round, Spring had a good bit of impact, but then Levius finding that kill, using the lockdown, allowing K-Knight the space to find that good double inside of the cove that was planted there by the harbor, and then leaving them in a 1-on-1 for the final trade. 6-6 is the score, and considering how this half has gone at times, I feel like Billy will be happy about this one. It should have been much worse, honestly.
I think it definitely could have been. I mean, it was, you know, it is Billy's pick, so don't get us wrong. You know, they are going to be a bit confident, but some of these rounds have very much been, you would feel a bit decided by the Wolves, and then has suddenly went Billy's favor. That last round especially, so many mistakes, I've got to say. Like, jumping into a cove on your own Lysor there, like, that was a super aggressive play that didn't really get any value. You know, you can just shoot the cove. It doesn't take that much to break. You can afford to slow down, particularly if you've got Spring absolutely popping off on that other B site. The fact there wasn't even a call to maybe just rotate to the B site off of the Viper's Pit, it just seemed like they didn't care that they had one of the strongest pieces of utility and the ultimate. Or one of the strongest ultimate in the game.
Yeah, and you know, like the ultimate power, of course, is important, but the thrifty power between the two guns seems to be neck and neck between the Judge and the Stinger. I personally am actually a Stinger enjoyer.
I'd say Stinger too.
But I will just say this. But I will just say this: if I'm on a half buy and I'm playing a duelist more so than anything, especially if I'm playing a Neon, I think I'll still favor the Judge. It is more side dependent, but there are more situations where I feel like the Judge can definitely work.
See, I would say there's more use cases where the Stinger works, but maybe that's just me. And we do have a bit here. I think this is the biggest breakdown so far. So 52.1%. I believe that is defense and then offense. In order, someone can correct me if I am wrong. But 52% defense sided. I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised it's as low as that. I really thought defense would be higher because it's Icebox, but fair enough if it's only a 5% difference. But Wolves have got 6 rounds on the board. If there is a 5% difference for that defending side and they now swap halves, this could work out for them.
Definitely can work out. The start is quick from Billy. They use the high tide, find themselves on the side. They just need to find a plan there. Rusia taking that one down completely. There was a duel from Neff. They are brought down to half health, but look at how quick Lysor is taking that duel. Almost shaved the head of K-Knight. The rest of the team are working their way in behind the drone, and they're going to be able to find 2 without an answer. Rusia now looking for a multi-kill, will hold down main with Neff, who will find a double of their own. They leave it all onto Yui. 1-on-3. They got the ghost at hand, but the Sheriff Usually the better weapons in terms of the money. Can they find a shot? That's one, that's two, that's round for Bilibili.
Oh, YZ looking to try and make this BLGG as fast as humanly possible. The more rounds that are played, statistically, we just looked at it, it may lean in favor towards Wolves. But this, indeed, that was just unfortunate. The Cloudburst dash, the timing just not quite working out for Juicy, it's got to say. And because of that, yeah, the pistol round now going in favor of BLG. Still got that 50%, still anyone's game whenever they are talking about who's going to win this pistol round. And now basically a full rotate. Now the stack is towards that B side, trying their best to kill the Sova drone, keep the member of Juicy as alive as humanly possible.
Oh, they're still committing to that play, and remember, the bigger stack there from the defensive side. Wolves are trying to use their numbers, but they will all be shot down. Good work by YZ. As Juicy and Sloyfab both taken out of commission, and with the high tide put down again with the Viper wall as well, they pretty much can almost have, what, around a minute of time where nobody can really have any sight line on the side itself, and it's Yui and Lysor left in this round. Two classics. Perhaps Yui is put in a position where they might still find a kill, just as they find a drop on someone, but that won't be the case. It's easy work for Bilibili. There's the consolation kill, but it's only an upgrade to the Ghost, so even then, Lysor, you know, they don't really win that much, do they?
Oh, they don't. YZ trying to hold back with the Guardian as well. It does actually back off there. Now the double swing getting ready from Russia, and YZ is absolutely going to clean up Lysor. No further consolation guns, no further consolation economic damage for you. That will be how this ends up. And now this is the make or break. Very likely for Wolves. This is their buy. This is the gun. This is their gun advantage. But we did see some members opting for, or some members of BLG opting for just that Ghost, opting for the lowest buy possible in Spring, and in fact, in Nef, and in fact, the Vandal comes online due to that specifically.
Yeah, not just that one Vandal, there's also another one, as you can tell there, on to YZ as well. 5 rifles, sure, one of them is a Guardian, the other one is a Bulldog, but it is still a pretty scary buy anyways. This is the round that Wolves can definitely lose if they let their guard down, so a lot of really the importance of this round is going to fall onto Yui. Not just to actually give away the round for the other end, but fortunately Yui Cow just not really giving away a lot of space for the other end. Spike will be planted, some damage back and forth, but most of it is actually decay, and they're just going to heal that back up. First kill is going to be up to YZ, and the Reckoning will probably deny any chance for a retake.
Have to see Juicy and Co's Sufat PB again actually managing to duck under the shots. That is too good as well, but YZ just refuses to come offline. Yui manages to finally shut him down. Nef gets the counter frag, and Juicy with only 46 HP, that is enough. But the Cloudburst, the angle from Nef is absolutely played to perfection. The spike tap, Nef has the info, knows he's not on it, and takes him out of this round. And for BLG, that could very well be enough to continue this momentum. Wolves, if you've got any time, I think they've got one left. It needs to be now.
Yeah, and you know, like in Wolves games against Titans, they've actually found the majority of their rounds on the defense. And it seems to be the case again, like their attack worked out pretty okay, but this time the attack from the side of Bilibili is looking a whole lot better. You know, we're speaking about studying the tape. They've studied Wolves' defense, and they're clearly ready for whatever is going to happen at the other end. And maybe that's why the Harpers actually came in from the side of Bilibili. It really facilitates a much quicker pace of play, and they've been trying to capitalize on it. And look at that, the punishment just in from YZ. That's a double from them, a double from Spring, and the pistols are making things happen. That's the third shot from Spring that did not spot a player going up, and Rushiel will take him down, leaving a one-on-one. Juicy of the blades. There's still a cascade, but they will not respect its presence. Does mean that the Blades can definitely make something happen. They dash to the back of Rafters, cleared off one angle. Timing is everything, and Rushia's gonna have the appropriate timing to put double digits down for Bilibili.
I mean, the frags are just peak. The I mean, it's getting a bit silly, to be honest. I mean, this time of year, those shots, you want to see there's still some confidence in Spring. I mean, look at this from the Sheriff here. That's one, and this is a man who is so confident in his ability to get that one tap, but one member of your team having confidence, that isn't going to be quite enough, I'm afraid, anymore, as the timeout finally comes through, but it might be too little too late yet to put a round on the board. This defense does the Wolves.
I mean, the thing is, though, this is the time to take the timeout. Like, you wouldn't have taken it before that one, because you were anyways on an eco, didn't have a lot of ultimates to plan around. He still used the blades, which, you know, is going to be a net loss at the end of the day, but it's not going to be the end of the world. They're still going to be able to afford the full buy, and this is where Wolves really need to change their play. But how do they change it? Because that's the problem playing against the Harbor, is that the Harbor comps aren't really forced into slowing down the pace as much as the other teams. If you try to push through those walls, remember, all the Harbor utility, you are slowed when you go across them. The Cascade, the High Tide. And that puts you in a weird position where you are disincentivized off pushing that util if you're playing on the side of the defense. But now they got the AWP out in the picture, maybe that is going to be the answer that they need.
We've seen the AWP get pulled out later stage into Lotus. It didn't get too much value, I believe. It was actually gifted to Lysor, I want to say, was the member of the team that was having it. But speaking of gifting, BLG just walking onto this B side. They want this over. They've got the confidence. The last 4 rounds have went their way so dominantly that no concerns at all. YZ now already with the control here, but a decent amount of HP already lost through. Being actually recreating the exact way that the Wolves had played this, and instead not only getting one, carving up a second, Spring shutting it down, the Viper's pick going online for the attackers, but with the spike ticking down as well, maybe it might be too late for the Wolves.
Yeah, it might be the beginning of the end, unfortunately, for the Wolves. Their journey has been valiant. They're one of those teams that I feel like a lot of the newcomers haven't really been expecting them to make it this far, to make it to Toronto. But as far as they've made it, you know, bitty. They're tried, they're tested, and the veterancy shows up in big games like these. It's the best of 5 where they've completely dominated, and despite losing numbers there, they will still not be able to recoup that round, and there's only 2 more for bitty to cleanly sweep Wolves out of the series.
And the first 2 maps were not as indicative of it. We had a 12-9 or 13-9, sorry, but it was fairly close. You know, the rounds in between, you know, those rounds themselves were close, even if the differential not quite as much. Then Lotus was absolutely as close as you could physically make it. YZ and basically every member of BLG is making sure that Icebox will not be a repeat, that this is going to be a smooth end to Wolves. Not the end of their journey, but a smooth end to their dreams of a higher placement, as now Juicy set up with the AWP. The angle from Pipe's already being held. The salvo actually shuts him down, but it's Rusia who has no concern. Congratulations on your AWP, but I'm going to pop your head and put 2 members of the Wolves into dire HP that YZ is likely just going to clean up.
Yep, there it is. YZ with a pair. And the Wolves, they are starting to tumble. They're starting to lose their footing. Perhaps that will be all she wrote for them as far as this journey has taken them. Trying to retake as best as they can, but Spring is on very low health. The Lysor is nowhere near fighting a lockdown, but they'll be gifted a freebie. Perhaps they can work something with it, but that's a crucial miss out of Lysor, because now Spring is left with 10 health. Not a lot of time to work with, and he is up against YZ and Levius, and YZ is already on 23 kills, so the accuracy pretty much on full display, and they are going to show it up there. Another triple kill for the Jet, and this is dire straits.
I mean, Wolves now, there's no question, they have to play for overtime, but they couldn't do this whenever they had the ult advantage. They couldn't do this when the guns and the economy were suiting them. It's gonna be difficult to win 1 round, let alone 6 back to back. As anyone that's seen this type of, you know, when the round differential looks like this, you can just play attrition. BLG, Yeah, okay, you've got a fair few ults. Wolves have Thrash, they've got, you know, Armageddon, they've got the Pit, they've nearly even got the Lockdown, but they're going to have to kind of pop them pretty fast just to try and get any value out of them, because if you die with the ults at this stage, that is absolutely heartbreaking. Rush comes through, but Neff just a complete snake in the grass, no concerns. Reckoning is popped just to continue this push. Lysor good for one at the very least. Juicy finds themselves one as well, maybe a consolation round, but still, again, hell of a lot of work to do.
Oh, the game is not over, but they've got the lockdown. They're still fighting for their tournament lives, but K-Knight desperately trying to deny them as much as they can. Rusia's gonna find one before going down, and it's going to be a matter of timing there for Soyfat to find that kill, leaving K-Knight alone. A 1-on-2. They're very far apart, but they're gonna give away a chance for K-Knight, who will not be able to turn around the corner just in time for Spring, who will be able to find a trade, and they will keep Wolves in this game.
A lot used. It was a lot used. The Wolves had to blow the lockdown. They had to blow the Thrash, which, to be fair, at least didn't get any value. So let's just say, in theory, they don't need Thrash to win. But that was still two very pivotal ultimates they needed. Neff's positioning and play there was beautiful. A juicy shot there. I mean, don't get me wrong, the shots from Wolves have been pretty damn solid most of the time, but those have been some really solid shots, and they cannot be relied upon consistently, because if they could, Wolves would be the best team in the world, and Juicy would be the best duelist in the world.
Well, Juicy might start making a case for himself to be as such if they are. Then they could come back in this game. Still, you know, it's not out of reach. It's only 5 rounds in a row for them to find, but perhaps Rusia might have delivered the silver bullets to Juicy. We're speaking about how important they were in this game, but they're taken out of commission pretty early on. The A site only have one player now with a rotation pulled away. Spring leaving the site, being pulled back, still around Boiler, which does mean that they have a quick rotation, but they haven't really committed to the site itself. They waited for the mosh pit, they used their utility, and despite using the high tide, we don't see themselves actually committing to a site, and it's going to be a second time where Neff lurks around, dodges all the pieces of util, tries to find a timing. The rest of the team is still going to commit to the A side, but the rotates have come in from the side of the Wolves. There comes the pit. Neff has the B side for free, and they are going to prompt a rotation now after completely setting the execute to Wolves.
You could tell, like, BLG almost looked a bit concerned there. They were a bit hesitant to push through, but it was purely to get the Viper's Pit out of Spring, which they have done flawlessly. And now, with this, the Hunter's Fury doesn't even need to find anything. It can just try and find bodies to clear. It doesn't actually get very much, as the Cove falls and Rusia will follow along with it. Lysor manages to get out, I believe, with literally 1 HP. Neff's positioning, though, is absolutely flawless. K-Knight following it up with 2 is maybe all that's been wrote, as Neff picks up the final player of UE. 0-3 BLG double G. Phenomenal work from them.
And the pack has been hunted. Congratulations to Bitty Bitty. They are second grand finalists, and they will be hoping to have a rematch against XLG1, where they will be hopefully finding their victory, having a better game, and perhaps winning the whole damn thing. GG's for the two teams. It was a valiant effort for the two of them, but Bitty Bitty this time around came out swinging. And for Wolves, as much as this one is a letdown, Valorant, they still got to keep their head high, because they are still got a Masters to attend, and they still got to put their first foot forward there, because they're going to be starting from the group stage. Remember, the winner of each region really gets a good bye. I mean, like a bye in terms of the stages. They get to play around later. And that does mean that Wolves are going to be playing from the start. We've seen the teams that actually get first place sometimes start off a little bit slower. So maybe it's a blessing in disguise for Wolves, because they're one of those teams that I feel like is going to catch, especially the Western region, off guard.
Wolves potentially, and I'm going to say this as a very optimistic, is they know they're going regardless. So they've maybe hidden all of the strats away in the deepest of deep pockets. Don't let anyone see what your plans are, but at the very least, that's the optimist in me. But the realist in me does say that at the moment, it's just BLG doing a far better showing. Plenty of stuff for Wolves to work off of. Plenty of showing for the Wolves to show that, you know, they've got the foundations there. It's making things a bit more specific and a bit more tailor-measured. But at the meantime, it's BLG so damn comfy with their victory.
That's the 3-0 for them. They've been on a tear ever since they've actually made it to the lower bracket. The hardest they've been pushed is the previous world champions in EDG, but even for them, they didn't last this test this time. And despite, you know, all the turmoil in EDG was something that is like, oh, there is an asterisk on that win. There is no asterisk on this win. This is the best that there is of Wolves, but it wasn't just enough for Billy.
It's just, I mean, we can see it as well. Now we're getting a run through of the highlights there. We see, or now that we will be getting a run through of the overall highlights, like we'll see the level of control here. I mean, Neff, honestly, the minute Neff came online back in Lotus, that seemed to spell the end of Wolves as a whole. Neff had that walk onto the A site, and I think it was take down 2 or 3 in a way that they just shouldn't have been able to. And genuinely, that momentum alone. We'd mentioned BLG as a momentum-based team. I don't think there's a better example than that.
Yeah, and you know, we talk a lot about the teams and like them having star players. Spring, he's been the star for the side of Wolves, but that does mean that there are a lot of problems for you, because you would expect Juicy to have a better game than this, but fortunately for Juicy, they really have the best of success neither on attack nor defense. We spoke about the AWP, it also didn't have a lot of value. So that is something that is also gonna be put into concern, perhaps to improve by the time they make it to Toronto. But for Biddy, they got a lot of tape to study, because XLG have also got extra tape since they played one more game than them. And from seeing this game, I don't know about you, but I think I favor XLG just to take the whole thing.
I think so, and I think XLG are feeling pretty comfortable too as well. They've been able to get it, but for the meantime, we're going to jump to the team comms just to let you all hear what they're doing, so we will be right back to discuss that some further.
Wow.
Russia's hype. Russia is hype. It's really nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, YZ, of course, was absolutely phenomenal in this series. What, 24 and 12, I think? 2.3 KD, like 300 ACS, 190 damage per round. That should tell you the case. I think the most important statistic, though, that I brushed over there, which is actually the most important one, is that 1.2 kills a round. That statistic is demonic. The best players in the world, I just want you to think about the highest size. Like Demon 1 in Champions. That was what? Like 1.01 kills per round. That's 1.2. That's like how crazy YZ has been in that game. And honestly, if you just consider the amount of work that they have put in this series, like there is a serious case where YZ against Rarga might be the best duelist head-to-head, like maybe in the entire world, because YZ has been completely on a tear ever since they headed into playoff.
I mean, yeah, get scared. Well, get scared if you're the teams. Get hyped if you are anyone else that gets to witness it, because it is going to be some phenomenal stuff indeed. So having a look at the stats, I mean, BLG, 12 first bloods. We got 1 flawless for the side of the Wolves, which is good. The spike, kind of that conversion rate is pretty solid for both. And then finally, the big clutch there. It was actually Wolves good for 1, but BLG didn't really ever need to clutch because they just had that much of a control of the map, and you could very much tell it was their pick. You could tell they were confident, they knew what they were doing, and it just felt honestly really, really smooth.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we should have the interview coming in pretty shortly, but for now, look at this Veto. It's the best of 5. We didn't even need to get to any further maps. And I feel like perhaps the one winning grace here for Bitty Bitty is just banning away this split, because then Wolves might have gotten a map, and then this would have actually gotten dangerous. But fortunately for them, they seal off the entire thing. I think the Lotus is the one place where maybe this game would have been in contention, but both the Icebox and the Lotus didn't feel much like it. And well, we should be having an interview pretty shortly, and this is going to be the one interview that they'll have before the winner interview for the grand final tomorrow. So how about we hear what they have to say on the side of Bitty Bitty, as they will be heading off against XLG pretty shortly, Volante. Like, we should be heading to the stage now. Hopefully.
Oh.
Nah, too early. Nah, never mind.
A little bit hyper, but that is completely reasonable. It was, I mean, a stellar performance from everyone. That Lotus game in particular, going 13-11, it just very much kind of leaned out. It seems we are now ready for that interview that Microcaster, so lovely, had pointed out. So once they do start talking, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We will jump off to the translation.
对，今天的深海明珠，其实对方的 YU 选手昨天在这张图有着非常亮眼的发挥，你们是怎样去限制他明居的发挥的呢？
So, YU had a very good performance on Chamber yesterday on Pro, and how did you guys counter him?
主要还是打好了自己的东西。确实，今天你们对于中路的控制权无论是在防守方
And they're saying that their mid control was done very well.
非常高的，能不能分享一下背后的原因有哪些呢？
其实就是昨天对阵 EGG 的时候，我们打两边的比较多吧，然后今天想着反过来。
And as they said yesterday against EG, they played a lot of extremities. And they want to try something different today.
非常瞬息万变的，双方的博弈也看得让人非常的热血沸腾。那在局内你们是怎样去更好的阅读对方的呢？
And how do you read the opponent team during the rounds?
好吧，然后也就是他们自己下半场送了个很大的，然后给我们抓住了，就一下子。
And they said that Wolves gave them very many advantages in the second round. In the second half. And they were just punishing their mistake.
都有着非常亮眼的表现，在你起到明居之后，看得出来对对方的限制还是很大的。那怎样评价一下今天自己明居的发挥呢？
And how do you think you played as operator today?
帅。
对。
And he says he thinks he looked cool.
打出自己平时直播的时候的%多少？
And basically he played to the level of his streams. And he's like, oh, like about 50%.
我觉得今天明居的发挥还是非常非常的不错的。那今天也是一个非常高强度的 BO5嘛。队内其实有2个新人选手，你是怎样去帮助他们稳住心态的呢？
And how do you help your newer teammates with their mindset in the best of 5?
然后我可能会跟他们说一些心态上的吧。然后他们2个就是，从加入队伍之后，真的是肉眼可见，这2个人越打越好，越打越好。特别是 Rusha 在这次线下就已经有那种明星的感觉了，就龙哥就是龙。
对 ，Rusha 选手来到北京之后，他的发挥真的非常的稳定，并且。
And they're saying that Rusha's performance after coming to Beijing is getting better and better.
很谢谢大家能来线下看我们的比赛吧，然后明天我们还有一场比赛嘛，然后也。
And thank you for watching our matches. Tomorrow we still have a match. And I hope you'll continue supporting us.
那本场的赛后采访到这里就全部结束了，感谢王浩哲。
And that's it for the interview.
那我们明天同一时间
Sending back to the casters.
BLG 为大家带来我们 Stage 1的决赛，不见不散，拜拜。
Oh damn, man! It's nice to see. I'm glad Russia is getting some love though, because I'm not gonna lie, I've always kind of rooted for Russia, and well deserved.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are some players that people call like they're group demons. They function well in the group stage. They get high numbers, but when it comes to the big games, the pressure gets to them. Doesn't seem to be Russia. At least the rest of the team definitely think that they've been playing well. And honestly, statistically on paper, they've been playing really well. Like, unfortunately for the side of Wolves, like they also had a very good game on Spring, but as we've maybe heard, especially on the Pearl, because I feel like the Pearl was just the mirror to the whole thing. Wolves, they've played their own game, yes, but today, at least in comparison to to yesterday rather, there were a lot more mistakes that were open, and Bitty Bitty were just able to exploit the entirety of them.
I think you've hit it on the nail on the head there, really, when you say Wolves were playing their own game. Billy were playing Val. Like Billy were very much confident. They knew what their maps were. They knew what the picks were and things. Lotus got a bit closer, but if you looked at it, Billy just seemed to be in control a decent bit. There were some minor mistakes from them, but Wolves really started to struggle to adapt on the Pearl specifically. Like Lotus was doing phenomenal. Like you mentioned the big player there. I mean, no surprise that Spring is up at the top. Spring was doing phenomenal, but every other member until you get to Lysor is BLG, and that kind of goes to show you that yeah, you can absolutely be top of the leaderboard, but consistency is better.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, like the fact that the team packing is also a lot closer, because I feel like, yeah, sure, we see the top 5, but if we look at the bottom 5, I would actually expect the rest of BLG to be like around 6, 7, 8 at max.
Yeah.
Which is probably the important thing. You know, like the team as a collective is all playing well. Yes, it absolutely is great when you have your duelists running away with the game, and it absolutely is great for Wolves when Spring is having an excellent game. But then when there's a big disparity and the rest of the team can't really catch up, that's exactly what happens in that game. You know, Spring find themselves finding 2s, 3s, good timings on the lurks, good work on the anchors, but unfortunately for him, they really weren't actually able to just lead the rest of the team. The rest of the team weren't inspired enough by that to also add to that tally. But well, that leaves one final series that we'll be having here tomorrow. It's going to be around the same time as here today, which is what, 11 East, 11 CET, I think. That's the time, because I have a very different time zone. Yeah,
10 CEST, because there's millions of time zones and they all don't make sense. But yeah, as you said, Vol, that will be tomorrow at the same time. Billy versus XLG, which I'm sure is going to be a phenomenal game. I'm actually very excited to witness it. We'll not be ourselves. It will be, of course, 2 special guests. Won't give away that surprise. But I think with everything, that is us for the day. So, Vol, any kind of last summary words for everyone before we pack it in?
Well, yeah, you know, like, great, you know, summary day, you know, Madante is going to be here with a new mic. Oh, Madante's here. Oh, I got it wrong. But yeah, Madante here, you know, he's going to have a new mic for stage 2, guys. So we might actually have to retire the headset for once.
Final.
And, you know,
ladies and gentlemen, hang on, just it kind of needs it. that's
yeah, it kind of needs to go.
That's what we've been working with for the last 80 years.
Yeah, it needs to go. It had its time. It has served us all well. And of course, Madante, a big thank you to you. A big thank you also extended to Veto on the translation, Fran for the production for the day, and to you guys who have been here with us supporting Project Horizon throughout the stage. We've still got one final time before we'll be taking a brief break until stage 2. But thank you all for watching, and we hope to see you tomorrow. Adios.